Hello, everyone. Welcome to. I'm so nervous. I'm shaking. I completely forgot my intro. Hi, everyone. I'm Maz. I am your GM today. God, I should have done something to shake this off. Ooh. Okay, one more time. We can do this. Hi, I'm Maz. I'm gonna be doing game things and making funny voices. That's gonna be my role today. I I need to breathe. Okay. Oh my god. As as you all know, we've been watching Kids on Brooms as a replay because starting this week we are doing year one at Sesine called Dark Recess, and luckily we have these incredible players who wanted to play and have been sending me images of their ball gowns and Pinterest boards for ages. And now it's February 2024 and we are here. So while I get myself unnervous, can my players introduce themselves?
Hi, I'm Tokyo. I'll be playing Quinn today. Um, at the Sound of Tokyo on Twitch if you want to follow anything. She, her pronouns, and I'm super excited to be here for year one. I am super, super excited.
Hi everyone, I'm Tori J. Hoping to start streaming here soon, so keep your eye out for me. But you'll still find me under Tori J pretty much on all social sites. And like Tokyo said, I go by she, her, they, them pronouns. And I'm super, super excited to do year one as a scene.
I'm gonna apologize in advance. My dog might start barking. I'm trying to mute her. But hello, I'm Paige, or Hey Paige, WTF. My pronouns are she, they, any. Not really that picky. I'm Hey Paige, what the fuck on literally everything, and I'm excited to play this from the start. It was a fun one shot. It's definitely gonna be a more fun campaign.
Guess that just leaves me. Hi, I'm Nay. I'm gonna play Cora. I am not a streamer like everybody else. I am just the color monkey for this campaign. So, yeah, super, super stoked.
And we will have Shawnee join us in a moment. Their pronouns are she, her, and they will be playing. Let's see if I can point this. Amelia right here. All right, y'all. Amelia is first to go, but I will. Let me switch it up real quick so that we can plan accordingly. God, I can't. Oh, if y'all ever want to know, hi wizards, if y'all ever want to know the players and any information about them or their little character stats, stuff like that, we do have commands set up for all of them. So if you do like exclamation point Cora, etc., don't spam it now. The browser source is not active on this scene, so you will not get it. But it will be during the game. I am so excited to run this. I'm so excited to run the following years that we're going to do. I'm ready for more games in this world that we've created and all the worlds that we've created as a community. And as I can no longer, Tokyo would not let me call myself a beginner GM anymore. As a learning GM, as
An
on my
amazing
GM.
jam.
I'm just happy that
She's not wrong.
all of you want to play in these games with me. I truly and incredibly appreciate all of you. Intermediate GM, thank you. All right, y'all. As usual, Are we ready for a trailer?
Yeah.
So
Heck yeah.
ready.
Let's go. A figure stands before a portrait with a gilded frame. It looms over them, glorious and beautiful, and the smell of rich paint is still new, and it still stings the nostrils of this figure. The painting is accurate, but it's exaggerated. Cheekbones are highlighted, the tip of the nose, the shading, the stance. It's almost the same. And maybe they would have stood as tall and proud if this figure in the painting had survived their awakening. Even the nameplate states their regnal name or regal name, Caspian III. However, this is not the name you know them by. 𝘌𝐻𝑀, the new heir. Please describe your character and whose portrait you are standing in front of.
Quinn is about 5'5", curly, sandy, golden brown curls laying over their shoulder. Orchid color eyes just staring at the painting, thoughts rambling because the painting is of their brother, Nati, who didn't get to see, anything past their awakening. But Quinn saw everything, and partly why Quinn's on their journey today. Nervous and reminiscent. Just wishing that Nati could see what they get to do, what the changes they get to make for their family.
The hallway is quiet, but every step is echoing from the distance. You hear voices in a far-off room that you're walking off to. The marble under each of your steps, it just echoes a little bit more. The halls are quiet. That's a new feeling for 𝘌𝐻𝑀. You pass numerous paintings of the other Castel family clan members, all the other vampire, the mysterious family that's hidden behind gold shimmering halls. And the door that you're walking to has two people, two very unhappy people. One of them is holding back a sob. The other is your father, reassuring her. You have a visitor, and they have called you to the receiving chambers.
Mother, father, what's going on?
It's all right. It's all right. Your father turns to you, almost just in, you know, not surprised, but just tired. They have cascading straight hair down to their chest and a cloak of white that falls to the ground. Sharp points of their cheeks, and a small beard has grown in. Your mother, however, is covered head to toe in beautiful black. The embroidery on her sleeves and her bodice of her gown is gold, yellow, green. But the jewelry she wears, even the headdress that she carries, has a little amulet that sits in the center of her forehead. Her skin is almost a golden brown. Nothing, my darling. You have a visitor. Your father turns and says, yes, they'll be in here shortly, Quinn.
A visitor? From where? I wasn't expecting anyone.
No, but after your acceptance, after you've shown ability with magic, they thought it would be best if you received the assistant headmaster rather than a letter, as this is not typical of the Castell royal line. And as the heir, your mother behind just like, we just thought you would stay. So it's a little shocking.
You know I can't stay here. Not after, you know. But think of it this way: it's something new. It's gonna be something beneficial for all of us. Hopefully.
Your father swivels around, and his golden hair just kind of wisps behind to this desk where he pulls out an ornate gold necklace, just with a little chain that kind of falls. It's clearly packaged with like a ribbon at the top, but it's clear because it didn't need any more wrapping. And he hands you this necklace and says, I was going to give you this for your I thought this would be a better time to give you as you step into this new year.
Quinn takes the box and looks at the necklace like, this is is so beautiful. Taking, slowly opening it and just admiring it. Thank you so much. And then runs over and hugs their dad.
She like you see your mom just kind of see that and just also kind of give you this kind of wrap around hug around both of you, even though she is quite smaller in frame from your father. When the hug kind of pulls away a little bit, and it softens, you see these towering figures over you just give like a small smile and kind of nudge you closer to this long dining table. It's a little lower to the ground, but there are no chairs around it. There's ornate things, fruits, a bowl, beautiful candlesticks, but this is not for eating, especially out of the many dining rooms that are in this palace. This is just to receive guests and stand around at the, at one of the foyers, kind of. And both of them kind of take a deep sigh, and you see your dad just rub your mother's shoulder and say, "Come on, let's leave her to it," and walk out the door that you have come from. From the other side, you hear a sharp sound of warding. As it finishes, a figure comes to within a hole with their head peeking out, as the face of 𝘌𝘀𐌬 appears. He has a lion mane of completely unruly blonde hair, curls. You can see some of them are forming, but he must have brushed through them in the morning. His face is tattered with scars. His cloak is patched and repaired and ripped apart in some areas. Seams are completely coming around. Like everything is just disheveled, and he doesn't look like he has slept. And right behind him, suddenly, a white albino alligator just opens his mouth before scrambling in through the little portal that's created.
Whoa, what?
Well,
Quite an entrance.
quite an audience. This is the first time if anyone probably has stepped inside this castle or near this family in how many years?
Longer than I've been here, of course. This must be really important. It must be really special if they're inviting you here. Or if you've invited me there, I should say. Thank you, by the way.
Alabaster, stay very still. And you just see this albino alligator's mouth just gape open, just make a little hissing sound. Yes, we'll be going home soon. The headmistress usually visits students, especially if they're new to the school and new to magic. But you are quite far from where the school is. And wherever your parents have, wherever this manor is, they thought it would be better since I can astral bend. Here's your letter. We wanted to formally invite you into our school year, as you have shown magical abilities.
Quinn receives the letter and is just blown away. Like this is so new to them, but yet it's they're super excited because this is so how much different it is from their normal life and the society that that they're being trained to be in. So, oh my God, I can't wait. Thank you so much. I don't know what to say. This this is an opportunity of a lifetime, not just for me, but for anyone of my kind. I
Yes, yes, yes. I'm sure it is. Look, your supplies are on there. The books that you'll need are on there. If you have questions, don't ask me. You will get answers when you arrive. I must leave, but I'm sure your parents can help you with the rest of the things that you need. If you have a familiar, make sure it's not a dangerous one. Otherwise, we will have to put spells on it. And you see the glyph kind of appearing in the air before the portal opens up again. Purple on this side, instead of like a random just like gaping hole in the wall. And as it's whirring in just noise behind him, he turns to go in. He lets Alabaster, his familiar, walk through before stepping in and turning around to you and saying, "One last thing. Once I leave the confines of this very large royal manor, Your Highness, this will be the last time I call you that. Do you understand, Miss Quinn?"
I understand.
See you at term. And the portal just whooshes, completely closed, until you are alone in the room. It pulls away. The wind of magic flows in and out, going from regions of North America, from warm to cold, to one other manor. In this manor, known as the prestigious 𝘌𝘀𝘀𝘀 Manor. Three siblings stand in attention, awaiting. The clock in the distant corner ticks away. There is a mother, a father standing pacing around in this little courtyard, the ceiling of which is open to a night sky and a big orb of a moon. And even an aunt awaits something arriving. The mother, beautiful, has gray eyes, a headdress woven in around with braids, two standing at each end, and sharp black fingernails with the white tattoo lines down her chin. A tight bodice, a choker for a necklace. The father, his hair is up in a ponytail, small, tight curls around framing his face, and a black velvet cape that goes down to his knees. Wrapped around his waist is this leather belt with runes scribed all around, and a deep collar that sits, and you can see gold chains and the crest of the 𝘌𝘀𝘀𝘀 family hanging. He is also pacing, The two older siblings look very similar to their parents. The oldest is almost her mother's twin, with long braids. Another choker as well, gray eyes and black lipstick. The brother, her father's twin. Little tight beard, their familiars, all of them, are the only thing that could be confused as almost exact copies. Different size ravens of different age, but acting together like litter mates. An older raven sits on the shoulder of the mother. The father's raven floats above, waiting. She should be here by now. This is so nerve-wracking every single time. Oh, my goodness. Behind the two siblings stands the youngest, 𝘌𝘱𝘀𝘀𝘀𝘀. Please describe your character.
Rania is 5'7" with about bodice length, curly brown hair, and very striking emerald green eyes, which doesn't match anyone in her family. And she's very quiet and will usually have a book or something to keep her occupied because she has a very sharp tongue. So she tends to stay quiet most of the time.
It's all right. It's all right. She'll be here soon. You don't have to stress. It's okay. She did this with all of our children. She will do it for the last one as well. Your father comforts your mother. Next to your two siblings, your aunt stands very still, almost a statue, with straightened hair. Why do we have to always get one from? This is just ridiculous. We are standing on ceremony again, year after year. Rania, how are you feeling, my dear?
Honestly, Aunt, I just think it's about time we just get done with this. I just feel we've done this 3 times now. But you know how mom and dad are. Everything must be ceremony. Everything is done with ceremony. And I just want to go read, but we're here in the corridor as always.
You'll be done soon, don't worry. This is just ridiculous. Stop pacing. She's always late, you know that. Just, your mother just finally stops like, yes, but what if, no, you know what? I don't want to think about it. I'm not going to think about it. It's fine. It's fine. It's completely fine. Yes, it's completely fine. It's fine. Sit down. Sit. Everyone, relax. Your two siblings are standing at attention, just like holding their familiars, and just kind of looking at each other like, this is kind of they weren't late at my moment, okay? Like, you're kind of muttering to themselves, kind of looking at each other for a second. Your older sister is standing at attention, trying to, make everybody proud, as she has already at Sesine, already with their familiar. And the brother is just trying to, make everything a little bit awkward as the middle child because, he has to make it known that this is taking way too much of his precious time.
Rania will see both of them and she'll kind of like hush whisper, listen, I'd much rather not do this either, but if you guys want to pace like mom and dad, feel free.
Oh, I'm not pacing. I'm just surprised that this is taking that long. Why do we all have to stand here with you? This is ridiculous.
Well, you know how they are. Everything for one of us must be everything for all of us.
Yeah, that's true. Your sister finally opens up. Their little Raven is now a lot older than when they first came to the Valtora's house, and they squawk and like answer really quickly, but and their egg mate sibling is on your brother's shoulder who squawks in like response, and you can't hear what they're saying to their respective partners, your siblings, but you see them just giggle for a second, like shush, 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 shush.
Rania would definitely shoot them side eye.
A gust of wind starts blowing in this little courtyard. You hear wings flapping off in the distance, and something coming closer and closer, like a hurricane, just blowing wind into this small courtyard. Your mother is holding onto her braids, and your father is using the long part of their cloak to kind of cover all of his children as quickly as possible, just a reflex, but it doesn't matter. The old leaves, the autumn leaves that have died and are crumpled underneath your feet are now blowing around, just whoosh, like gusts everywhere. And because it is this courtyard, it starts going around in a circle, and you can see everything from the ground up is trying to get up into the sky. As this large creature with almost 5 different black tails floats down with the wings that span the entire room. Each flap of it, you can feel the wind hit you as it lands in front of your family. This is the Night Phoenix, a great elder familiar who has served with members of your family for so long, and have granted each child of the Valtora's family with an egg from her hatch. Why have you summoned me?
Rania steps out from under her father's cloak and looks up at him, and she's like, is it time? Does this mean it's my turn?
You have grown. Do you ask one of me, of my own, to be your familiar?
Rania walks a little closer to the phoenix and she says, yes, I, 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 I would love to be able to follow with my family and also take one of your hatchlings if they choose me.
Well, then I have worrying news for you. I have no fledgling for you. Not this time. Your mother kind of rushes in front as quickly as possible to just say, wait, dear Phoenix, will she, are you sure? Will she get one later? Please, just give us any bit of information. The Night Phoenix looks very undisturbed and looks at your mother, Rania, and then at you, and kind of turns this large head down, and you see the beak meet your face, and a breath in and out. I cannot give you what I do not have. Do not summon me again. The Night Phoenix jumps up into the air, and you hear your mother croak in and out like, wait, and your dad rush out to the middle of the courtyard to pull her back in. His twists kind of come out of like the ponytail for a little bit as like the wind is gushing in and out, and he pulls her back and just says, no, it's okay, it's fine, come on, it's happened before, remember, come on, she will get a fledgling, she must. The Night Phoenix has never trust in it, okay? And your mother kind of just says, okay, but that, what does she mean that I can't summon her again? What if Rania doesn't have a familiar of the Night Phoenix? What do we do? We have our name. We have to uphold the 𝘌𝘪𝘴𝘰𝘥𝘂 name, and that comes with the Night Phoenix. Rania, I am so sorry.
Rania is thinking to herself that she's failed again, but she doesn't want her mom to know that. So she looks at her and she goes, "It's all right, Mom. I'm sure she'll come back. Even if I have to wait till next year, it's fine."
The camera kind of pulls out of the courtyard, and time kind of passes with the leaves changing and snow falling. And now it goes into a deeper part of the 𝘌𝘪𝘴𝘰𝘥𝘂 manor. Stacks and stacks of books. An odd corner of the largest library in this area. Collections of all the different family members, books from all of the world. And its prime member, hidden in a corner, standing over the last sigil that they were playing with a book of demonology in their hands. Rania, you're quiet here. It's where you come to work. No one disturbs you here, especially amongst the books. You're drawing something on the ground. Something you've become recently very interested in. You still don't have a fledgling, a familiar of the Night Phoenix, and she hasn't responded to any more summonings. So you've
Rania
been...
is sitting there on the ground, rubbing chalk on her face, holding back tears, but she's got to be strong.
Your acceptance into Sesine was already received. The letter was wonderfully read. Everyone was celebrating over dinner. But you still haven't found your familiar. The sigil in front of you has marks from the demonic plane. Things that you were reading about in your recent books. You scratch the back of your neck. The itching is getting a little hard to resist until the portal starts lighting up.
Ronnie is really intrigued by what's happening, so she keeps scooting closer and closer to like to the point where her nose almost touches the portal.
The first thing that you smell is cinder and dust, burning flames, the feel of sand rushing past you. You can smell just, it looks nothing like you've read for a moment before a figure walks through, hulking in frame but shriveled. You can see them standing up on their legs with two horns curling back behind their ears, and a smile as wide as their face. You, you've opened one. What have we here? I'm free. I'm free. And it starts rushing right to the edge of this mark where you've made the edge of the circle, the ritual circle, before it collapses against this invisible wall and falls down. Damn it. Damn it. How do I get out of this now? Damn it. I didn't make it all the way. And it turns around in a little circle on this little sigil before meeting your eyes. You're still very young, so it just... Oh, little witch, little witch, little witch, are you... Set me free? Set me free, please.
Rania looks at the demon. She's like, I'm not that dumb. Why do you think you're still in this circle? It's hushed. It's like rushed voice, just like stops for a moment before it starts thinking and looking at you and looking at its surroundings. It momentarily reads everything around it for a second before meeting your eye again. The Valtoris girl. The one who was spurned by the Night Phoenix. Were you looking for a familiar? How do you know my name? And who the hell says I was looking for one? Maybe I was just playing around.
Oh. You play around with demonology. What a very interesting little girl. We can help you get one of your very own familiars. Your parents will never suspect a thing. You see, I serve the Night Phoenix in the demonic realm. And I know she had an egg to spare. Are you sure you want to be the only one without one?
I've been different my whole life. I'm not gonna make a deal with the devil. No.
Oh, I am no devil, just a very simple demon who just wants to be free out of servitude.
No, that seems too simple. What are you really trying to do?
If you are persuading, you will need a charm check. Or intimidating, you will need a brawn.
I'm going to
Interrupt,
try
but
to
don't forget about
charm.
your innocent strength, the +1 to charm.
Yes. I'm gonna charm this lovely demon here as best as one child can. Let me get a d6. So a 5 with the +1.
A 5 plus with the +1, which where?
Oh, it's a 4
Oh,
plus 1.
yeah, I see. Sorry. Oh, you are also able to add the modifiers on the dice tray. So if you see it on the left, you just for the future. With the 5, it kind of curls a little smile at you. Oh, sweet thing, you don't know much. You're still learning. There are ranks and levels in other planes. Some planes are freer than meadows of sweet grass, and the demonic plane, however, deals are struck and made at every turn. Service is granted, and roles are created. I just want to run in a field and not be stepped on again. All you have to do is burn a little scorch mark at this edge of this little ring. And within a moment, I will get you that one egg that has been sitting, that was meant for you.
If it was meant for me, the phoenix would have brought it. I don't know about that.
Phoenix is a familiar. Who comes from the demonic plane. A deal was made. So they didn't give you your egg.
And what are the terms of your deal?
Simple. Break the seal, and I get to go enjoy my day, run in a field, smell the sweet grass.
Well, if that's all you want, I'm pretty sure we can conjure up a field in the demon world. I'm not sure why you need to do it out here.
As a deal, I will also get you a couple more books on demonology, so you can see that there is no such thing as a field. Only more demons. More deals.
Rania steps back to think about it for a second. She's very intrigued about learning more. But then she remembers what she's supposed to be doing as a child of the 𝘌𝘀𝘀𝘀 family. And she says to the demon, who's to say you're not lying to me like the other ones that tried to come through?
Because I have no need to lie to a little girl. As I've said, I hold no rank in that world, no power. But I know who I serve. And I know where she hides things and lies. By letting me go, I will be punished if I was found, but nothing will come to you. In all sense of the word. I'm desperate.
Anya paces a little bit back and forth in front of the circle, and she says, so let me get this straight. You want me to burn a scorch mark, for you to run in a field, for me to get my familiar, so my parents will stop worrying? I don't
Let's
know,
make
little
it
demon.
simpler. Burn a scorch mark, and in a moment, I'll pull it, get the little egg, drop it off here, and what I do in a field will be up to me and myself.
You do anything reckless, that's gonna come back on me. Oh, to hell with it. What do I got to lose?
That's the way. You, Vanya, as you come closer to the sigil, next to you is supplies everyone who's put together ritual circles always have, just burning a bundle of herbs, a runic chalk that's, you can see the little fragments of it have a shimmering light to them. And you take up that little burning wrapped around piece of sage and press it to the edge of the sigil. It leaves a definite mark, black against the white chalk. But as soon as the last bit of fragment breaks it off into two pieces rather than one line, you hear fire, burning sounds of the demonic plane come through, and then in an instant, silence. You see him standing up, stepping one foot over the line, followed by the other. Okay. Now to finish up this part of the deal. And with the second wisp of smoke disappear in front of you, it only takes about a minute, 32 seconds before you feel that same pressure around you of heat and the smell of that smoke that this demon left. Before he opens up his hand in front of you, and the tiniest of egg, like little raven egg, appears in his hand. As it is an egg of the night phoenix, you can see it is black, obsidian. Almost looks like stone. Well, here you go. What a sweet thing. Much smaller than his siblings, I tell you. Looks to be maybe a pygmy raven. Take care of him well.
Rania reaches up to take the egg from the demon, and she's like, "You're not lying. This thing is tiny. Are you sure it's even real?"
He like starts moving his hand in magic, and you see a glowing red light, and he puts the light over the egg, and you see the veins coming together to this little heartbeat of a baby chick just beating. He's strong. Give him warmth. He will need it. He's not of this plane. He'll be fine. Especially if he has you as a partner.
Rania takes the egg and she wants to try and use a trick that someone taught her, where she'll say to the demon, "Well, since you gave me a gift, I sure know we have to give you something in exchange. So, let me go grab this for you as parting gift before you head out to the fields there." And she's gonna try to draw a talisman that will warn her if the demon tries to get out of hand.
That will be demonology. So if you're drawing a little talisman, give me brawn, or actually brawn. This will be a DC of 6.
Of course, my brown is 4. Well, let's try to see if we'll get an exploding dice here. Oh, we got a 2. Well,
The talisman you draw out is a little crude. It does the work. It has the right spell relationships kind of made. Demon, mess up, let me know. But it's not full, complete sentence. It's not a full spell. So as the final part of that rune kind of fits in, it's too late to erase it. A little bit more studying maybe, but this is what you could do at your level. When that talisman is finished, it burns in the air. The paper kind of disappears, but the symbol stays hovered for a second before it glows a brilliant red and disappears in front of you. And you hear him, what was that? He comes up to you right before. He's like, I must go, but one last thing. He leans his head next to your ear. The night is dark. Little girl. If you need a light for freeing me, call on me. I will be there. One and only one time. And with the wisp of smoke, he disappears, just leaving a rotting, burning smell in the wake. And you're left alone in the library, the sigil in front of you, dissipating color, dissolving. The picture kind of frames out for a second, and the gush of cold wind starts pulling into the scene. It's snow everywhere. White. The trees are barren of leaves. Nothing is here. Nothing. It's quiet and cold. Everything that lives in the Winterwood leaves no trace. The footprints that are clear against the white are its strangers, visitors, and thieves alike. The winds pick up and dash behind a rush of feet. Loud voices are following it, chasing it. This runaway floats over the obstacles, landing on the snow with soft footprints, with snow-white hair, little bangs that blanket over black, long braids. These woods are beautiful and tricky, but home to one 𝘌𝘂𝘂𝘂𝘂𝘂. Please describe your character.
Hi, she is a slightly taller girl with pointed ears coming through her black, messy braid. She has white pieces framing around her face and just around her bright green, upturned eyes. She just recently discovered her powers and she's super eager to learn more about them and magic in general.
The powers that you've experienced so far have been little things. With Tamsin, you've noticed that you're able to move things suddenly, or a plate had fallen off your table the other day, and for some reason, in your shock, the plate didn't land on the floor and erupt into shards. It just floated down, and the face that Tamsin wore that day was just utter shock. But comforting as she said, "Wow, that's incredible." Now days have passed. 𝘌𝘂𝘂𝘂𝘂, you are running, dashing in between trees. You are smoke, and the noises behind you are getting distant. They're looking for you, but they are strangers to this wood. You have found a couple of their traps and have been loosening them all morning. These woods are sacred, and the animals that dwell here have allowed your presence and the presence of your adopted parent, Tamsin. It is quiet now as you walk, and you come upon another trap with a little quivering creature crying out in short bursts. A tiny fox with black and white shapes. 𝘌𝘂𝘂𝘂𝘂, what do you do?
I'd like to walk up and check on the little creature. What's going on, little buddy? Are you okay?
It makes little fox noises at back and just little cries as it's trying to break through. You can see a couple different wounds on it, just as it's trying to figure out what to do next, and who the heck are you. It just keeps scratching at the at the little crudely made trap.
I'm just gonna start. It's okay. It's all right. I'm just here to help. I'm gonna try to help. I'm gonna try and start like looking for the lock and how to help get it out of this little trap.
From around you, there's nothing really for like a lock, as it's like a trap where they run under it and maybe gets, there's no lock to it. It's just a reaction trap. But it's the bindings around it are just ripped leather tied into like little knots.
Oh, I'm gonna just try and start tearing through the leather.
Amelia, you tear through the leather very easily. With, thumbs is a lot easier for you than for a little fox. But the fox is frightened. And it starts bounding away from you for a second. Before
No. I'm just gonna like try and reassure it and try and like walk up and start trying to help it. If it's bleeding, I'm gonna try and stop the blood and like really try and keep it warm if we're like covered in snow.
it just makes a little noise, and as soon as you reach a little hand over, you see like a black glowing light start emanating from it. It starts to grow in shape, larger and larger, almost the size of the trees next to you. It has a long black, like almost ink tail that curls at the end with wisps of shadow that kind of pull off of it like heat waves do off of a fire.
Oh,
And it walks closer and closer to you, and its height, its size, it's frightening, as it opens a mouth of pure white, and his eyes are just glowing white orbs.
I'm gonna take a couple of steps back and just really take all of it in. And you're obviously not um a tiny fox. Okay.
Should I eat you, Trapper?
I I'm not the trapper. I want to help you. I've been undoing these traps all day.
I will give you no thanks for my freedom.
Of course. Are you injured? Can I help you?
It bounds like in front of you, just running in a dash before like opening its mouth wide open, and you see like rows and rows of teeth like a shark, and just like trying to put its mouth over your head, just like, are you not
Um,
scared?
mm, a little, but I helped you, and I'm just trying to help. Please don't eat me.
You will trap me like the others.
I won't. I want to find the trappers. I want to stop them from trapping other animals.
Could I get a charm check, please?
It was an 8.
The little cry that you sent out, you see him, the this creature start blinking, phasing in between the trees, using the shadow as like little portals to go from shadow to shadow to shadow, and like poking its head out from behind trees. This fox shape that's this weird white grin, just, you have magical abilities.
Uh, I think they're pretty new. I don't really quite have the hang of all of them. Do
I am the shadow of the 𝘶. And this is the last moments of this life. You seem to be a worthy companion to my young form.
I I would love a companion. We could be best pals.
It like does a small little laugh that doesn't, it feels really hollow. And every step it takes, you see like black smoke kind of emanating from its little feet as it kind of steps into the snow. And each step, as it gets closer and closer to you, it starts, you see the pieces of it start like the shadow parts of the little wisps that are coming off fall off of it until it's the size of that little fox. But this one is different. It's younger. It almost looks like it was just born. And its eyes are just opening up. And as it comes right at the foot of your feet, the final remnants of its voice comes, but like a distant whisper in the back of your head. May we serve each other well. I am the 𝘶.
I'd like to just like nod and start maybe give it a little brush and tell it to like come on and start walking back home.
That voice that was older, frightening, scary, kind of disappears. And the little fox that you have speaks in a quiet little cry. Reborn. A reincarnated familiar. Young. Unknowing of the world. You take 𝘶 back to your cottage. But time has passed, maybe a couple of weeks have passed. It is still very infantile, very small, sleeping on your bed. And as you're sitting in your room, you hear shifting noises like in the larger room, the living area, where the kitchen is. And Tamsin is talking to somebody. There's a visitor.
𝘶. Who is that? Can we eavesdrop? I want to sneak by my door and try to listen.
𝘶 is kind of like mumbling in their sleep, just and kind of trying to like turn away from you, but like opens up one eye as you move closer to the door, kind of still watching you, and like curls their tail a little bit, just but still peering at you from behind one eye. And as you get closer to the door, you hear the voice of this excited, shrill voice, giddy. And then from the little peak, this is a small cottage. The healer's cottage is not like, any manor. It's very small. You see like wild hair and like a stalking vulture perched on the chair that she's like seated on. Thank you, Tamsin. I'll go speak to her now. Do you have anything to drink, mind you? Tamsin, you see her, she has curly black hair that comes out into this beautiful oval shape around her head, and a headband that holds everything back. She has very simple clothes and an apron on. She has been brewing some healing potions of late, and you can see little splotches on her apron. Yes, would you like some coffee? I think we have some coffee around here. I haven't. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'll make you some coffee. The visitor just responds with a nod and just, oh, yes, of course. You know how I take it. Good. Good to see everything is the same. I'll be right back. And she starts walking towards your door. As she comes and she pushes on the door for a little bit, she just, oh, hello there, Amelia.
Um, Amelia just kind of shuffles back in her room and looks at Nyx and says, hello, who are you?
Oh, I am the principal of Sesine Academy, the headmistress. Sesine Academy is for the highly gifted, and I'm here personally to bring this letter of acceptance for you.
Highly gifted. Not that gifted.
Oh, I beg to differ. You have shown remarkable magical ability. And here, at our school, you can come, train your mind and spirit to wield it better.
And how do we know you're not just some like crazy person from in town?
Well, two things can be right at the same time. That's a very good point. I did not do my hair this morning. You see this vulture just squawk really loudly, like this piercing thing, while it comes into the room. This is Lucan. I see you have one of your own now.
She looks over at Nyx and then looks back at her. I'm so sorry. What was your name?
Oh, of course. 𝘌𝑗𝑔����𐌐����. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Um, what now? I mean, what what now?
Oh, okay, all right. Ooh, a little bit of teaching before the school starts.
Thank you. Yes.
Oh, of course, of course. What can I say? She kind of creeps into the room a little bit more, looking around what you have. I'm never good at these. There's a wealth of knowledge about our world, but and then her eyes kind of fall on Nyx. Do you know about familiars?
No, I saved him in the woods, and we've kind of been taking care of him since. Taking care of each other since.
Yes. Familiars are like partners. They manage the power. They can help create rituals with you. They're conduits for more energy, like two lightning rods at either end of a circle. And for those with larger reservoirs of power, such as yourself, it tames them so you don't burn out. You see Lucan kind of get closer to Nyx, but doesn't want anything to do with it. Then Nyx, you see Nyx just pull her little tail in tighter, but you just see from the little fringes of hair, you just see her eyes just like. So you see, familiars don't meet each other. The bond you share with the Shadow Nyx is yours. Some of them may be your first friends, your best companions. Maybe it ties to your family. Maybe it comes to you because of your power. I don't know. There's so many different ways to meet a familiar. But all in all, they're your partner in your magical journey. They may outlive you, or you may outlive them. She kind of strokes a little bit of a wing of Lucan, and you just see him for a moment break his cold stare and nuzzle into her hand. It is very rare that you touch or mishandle another Arcanus familiar. They are not kind like that. It is like when your family or a loved one introduces you to another person. Lucan kind of squawks out really loudly at the Nyx, and she just says, be respectful, Lucan. They are beings of great power. Lucan just has said that this one has chosen to reincarnate into a juvenile again. So you have your whole life together. How wonderful.
How exciting to know. I'm so glad. I've really enjoyed our small time together so far. I'm really, like you said, magic abilities. I'm eager to learn more about them. What more can you tell me about the school? When will I start?
Oh, yes, of course. The term should be in about a week, 2 weeks. That should give you enough time to get your supplies. I've told Tamsin all the details of where they can get all your equipment. By the way, just as you know, our school has different types of people from all around. It is a school of high regard in this region. So we have a lot of different people. If you hear us say arcanist, those are... You see, magic is like the wind you feel at that hits your window. Some of us are able to hear it, and wield it, siphon it into a wand, or pull it through as conduits with our familiars through sigils and rings. There are envoys who magic like a wind passes through them. The goblins, the fairies, the rare lichens, the vampires. And then there are the nulls, who cannot feel the wind, but live enriching lives without it. Here at the school, it will be amongst your fellow arcanists who either come from families of great magic or are like you, who realize they are wielding great magic and now come here to study. You will have classes, a schedule every day. There's after-school courses and clubs that you, if you wish to take. And oh, yes, directions. You have to come to this area. Yeah, the letter will tell you everything. Don't worry. Am I missing something? I don't know. Everything else you'll figure out in time.
Hmm. I'm just gonna look over the bird and her one more time. Like really like taking in her hair and everything going on.
If you can imagine Miss Frizzle, that is exactly it. But her hair is kind of wiry at the ends, and you can see her like she had put something on her hair to kind of tame something at the front. And every time she talks with her hands a little bit more, and in her hands there's even a book that you can see at the cover is her face, that she's been hiding for like a while, like in each of her movements. And at the front of it, she's already autographed it. But she keeps kind of like eyeing it a little bit, just like.
Is that you on your book?
Oh, yes. Oh, I thought maybe you would like some readings from your headmistress. I'll leave this here. Tell me what you think on your first day, okay?
Yeah.
Grand. Don't even need to ask, honey. I have signed it already for you. I know some people can get very shy about those matters. Don't worry, I've already handled it. Welcome to Sesine. Lucan, let's go. We're off. You see her kind of turn fully 180 back out the door. Tamsin, you shouldn't have. I can't believe you added 2 sugars to this. And you see her just down this hot coffee, just like a little sip before she's like, I can't. I have much to do. New year, new school time. I had so many things. Have a good day. And the door creaks open, but the camera like follows her out. It blows past like the woods that you're in, all the way down to the streets and bustling city side, but it pans even down lower to like kind of the lower areas where there are hidden stores and cellars and but here at this time a feast is happening, a small dinner party. Around the table are all the members of the scorned family tree, enjoying delicious food on different colored plates. Sizes, fork sizes, and knife sizes are all different shapes, but they're all glamorous and beautiful. You can see wine, drinks at the table. A couple of bottled wines have like the markings of tags are kind of ripped away. Some couple of things are kind of scratched away, like maybe like the codes and things are like they're scratched away. It's a very ornate table, but the actual owners of the items of the table might not be sitting around it. But doesn't matter. Food is food, and glamour is glamour. And it looks gorgeous. Who cares where it came from? We're not asking questions. That's not what the Scorn family is about. The father sits at the head of the table. You hear he's just this round goblin who looks up and just says, that was really good roast. Cora, dear, did you eat anything? Cora, could you please describe your character?
Cora is a about 3'2", child-sized goblin with dark gray hair and that is pulled into multiple braids that culminate into one big braid, with large stereotypical goblin ears that are both ears have 4 piercings in them, and she has nice big fangs and deep scarlet eyes.
Cora, you're at your dinner table. Everyone has like come through for this meal. They're kind of sending you off to school today, with a little couple of gifts. You've seen presents next to you, one of which your dad is so excited for you to open. And she, sorry, as he like kind of like nudges over, you see a couple of rings on his hand. He kind of has a couple of earrings as well, and he's in this beautiful suit and tie, and he just like slides this package over for you. This one's for you, doll.
How big is the package?
It is maybe 2 feet long, very thin, but 2 feet long, maybe. Measurements.
Gotcha. Cora would hesitantly take the package, keeping a neutral look on her face the entire time. She opens it rather carefully, trying not to rip anything.
As it pulls apart, you see a broom in front of you. Beautiful. The wood is polished with the grain. You see words in the front indicating the type of broom. It is top class broom right there. You even see a dial for speed, a couple things to maneuver around, and even just a little trinket your dad has added that has like the scorned family kind of crest on it. And he's just like, thought you'd like that. We picked it up just for you for your school year.
Picked it up or lifted it? She'd look kind of with a side eye.
Wow. Tomato, tomato. At the end of the day, you have a broom that looks beautiful. I can't let my only daughter just go off to school without the best.
Well, thanks, Dad.
Oh, no thanks needed. Oh, doll. Just so happy, you know. One day, once you get your education, you'll come back and take care of all of this for us. Be part of the scorned once and for all. Right?
Cora would just nod quietly.
He just kind of looks you over and just your mom is over there talking to people. You hear just like, oh, and he got me the cutest thing. Like the ring is 3 times the size that I could have. Oh my goodness, it's so gorgeous. I think I'm going to give this one to Cora though. I think she will really like this ring. Sweetheart, do you want to choose your familiar before or after dessert?
Cora would kind of perk up at the idea of having her familiar. She says, "Oh, we could do that. We could do that now."
Oh, look at this one. She's so excited. Oh my goodness. And your dad behind you just, of course, I remember when I was her age. Come, let's go to the vault. This room that they're walking you towards with a couple of your family members is kind of a little, well, not little at all, very large room of items and things that your parents keep for storage with the rest of the scorned family, you know, for safekeeping. Typically, you don't really go into this room. When you do, what you've seen is, you know, it looks like a greenhouse filled with different animals and trinkets. Everything is very pleasantly decorated and beautiful. Your mom has a wonderful hand at decorating. Especially, she's all about maximalism, so everything is gorgeous, but it's filled. Walls are filled with paintings and portraits, and this little area has this room has a large door with a lock at the center, so you see your dad kind of leap up, grab one end of the wheel to unlock it, and kind of spin it, and you see him like kind of chew on his straw that he took from the table, and just like, I hope you pick a good one, doll. There's a lot of good things in there, but yep, you know what? It's up to you, right? And your mom's like, yes, it's up to her. It's up to her. Open it. Go. Find what you like. We'll be right here. We'll be waiting. And as the door opens, the light from the glass dome at the top is what illuminates this room. There are rows and rows of exotic, beautiful plants. There are mystical, like little fungi, like trailing like the pathways all the way around. Your mom has set these little mushrooms to kind of go to like specific little items and artifacts that they collected. And you see like she put some like spotlight lighting and the all these little things around, all these little trinkets. You see a couple animals already. There is a raccoon, a little tiny bear. You see skittering past you is this little salamander. There's all kinds of like avian creatures here, like flying in the front. There's parrots, parakeets. There's a big macaw just like in the distance, and vines kind of coming down from the top of the dome, and the light that's coming in. As you come to the center of this room, the dome, even though there's light there, there's this black circle of a shadow kind of obscuring right at the tip, like in a smaller diameter. So the light still can pour in, but right at the center of this dome, it's just pitch black.
Cora is kind of overwhelmed by just how much there is in here. Not having gotten to come in here all that often before, she just takes a little stroll through the area, kind of dodging flying things that fly over her head, even though she's way too short for them to actually make contact with her. She still avoids them like the plague.
The murmuring and everything behind the door kind of get quieter as the door kind of closes behind you. You hear your parents clinking glasses with friends and family who have come to see you off. And you hear your dad like kind of saying like, yes, of course. Oh, it was such a good find. My goodness, I hope she can, ride the ride it. I don't know. I should have measured it, but it's the middle of the night when you're trying to pick up things. You're not really looking for measurements. You just find something nice, and as soon as like the door closes, it just you miss the last part of that sentence. A couple animals start coming up to you, sniffing like you out. Like a little bunny comes hopping, kind of smells, and you see like a collar on it. It says like, "If found, please return to Sophie," and it just hops away.
Cora sighs heavily as she continues to look at the other animals, making a note that maybe she'll look up Sophie uh, in the newspaper to see if there's anything being reported as stolen.
As Cora kind of gets closer and closer to the center, the shadow from above you kind of completely covers, and it's like you've stepped under an awning. And it's now, it looks almost like it's the sun is setting. That's kind of how dark it is. And you hear rustling from above you.
She'd look up really slowly at the rustling sound.
In the black of the shadow above you, you see movement. It looks like there is something in the black. And when air is moving in and out, the little black shadow that it casts, it's like kind of moving like a cloud in and out, like it's breathing.
Cora kind of raises an eyebrow, totally mystified by the little cloud shape above her.
You linger, child.
Uh, yeah.
You see it slither in and out of the smoke from for a second, and the body that you see is about the size of maybe like the doorway that you just walk through. The width of that doorway, the wide part of it that you could see is that big, but when it's slithering through, it you in and out of the shadow, it's you just don't know where it starts and where the length ends. But its face isn't clear to you.
Are you waiting for something?
I'm not sure. I mean, I came in here to find a friend. I think that's the best word for it. They call it a familiar, but the truth is,
Yes.
I want to find a friend.
Mm.
Charm check, please. With a 4, it shuffles around and you just hear just movement of its large scaly body until a head peeks out, probably the size of the entire dome, out of the shadow. It is almost a large lizard, just enormous.
So you're not waiting like your family is. When they stole me,
Cora would relax a little bit at the sheer frustration of being compared to her family, and she'd huff and cross her arms a little bit. I should have known that everything in here was stolen. I should have known. I half expect that sometimes, just sometimes, they would get things the old-fashioned way, but no, even the great big giant lizard thing is stolen. I am sorry. I I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. And she just kind of plops her butt down and sits crisscross in front of the lizard really disarmingly.
you are you are different.
That's the nicest thing I've heard all week.
I am a very old one, my dear. You see, my kind, when they are lucky enough to have young, they perish. Your parents have been waiting for me to lay one egg for quite some time. As you can see, they are covered in specks of rubies and minerals. But I have been reluctant to share my children when I cannot be there to protect them.
You You don't have to at all. I mean, it'd be sad that you can't have a baby if you want to, but you also don't have to if you're worried about it. Or, I mean, if you did, I mean, I could try. I could try to help her protect it, you know? You seem nice.
Can I get a charm check, please?
Based on that last roll, I'm feeling like this is just not going to go well, but we're going to try.
Yeah. I also have 4 points of adversity tokens.
Oh, you're right, though.
Sorry, let me pull up the dice thing real quick. And you don't need them. 6 was the check, which was perfect. 6 was a check for the previous one as well. The creature kind of glints a little eye, like, and a smile kind of protrudes. You see its little forearms. It's a large lizard. Scales going all the way up, down, like their skin, and you can see a little parts of it haven't dried off yet. Like you can see like what is not dried off yet. What's it called? Fallen off, like the skin that they have left on a little, even a little bit left in
Like
their
the
nostrils.
shed?
Yes, thank you so much. The shed hasn't completely come off yet, and it kind of holds up against the ceiling of the dome, and the smoke starts to dissipate. As it dissipates, it looks around you and like snorts out like this little gust of cloud as it was in before, and points at the ornate teapot that's cleverly on this beautiful pedestal, and decorated. It has like a little jewels and everything on the side, and a little spotlight that hangs from above to, you know, kind of highlight its beautiful colors.
The teapot?
You should pick that up.
Okay. And she'd get up and walk over to the teapot, and picking it up almost feels a little heavier than she anticipated.
The large creature goes up into a circle, and you start seeing all the whatever black shadows she had kept as like a little hiding spot for herself kind of disappear. And as she's like almost looks like it's running or slithering around the dome, she starts getting smaller and smaller in size, smaller and smaller, as until she finally like falls down into a straight dive into the teapot. It finally comes small enough into the little hole and curls around on themselves. The creature leaves out like this quiet sigh. And as it starts to unfold itself, you see it getting a little weaker and weaker, and a tiny shell like appearing. And it looks up at you.
Thank you.
Cora just looks down and is like, "You're welcome."
the little magic that was left in this old familiar goes into this little young creature, a little lizard. And it opens its little eyes for a second. And you just hear just a big yawn. And you see the flecks of like the little jewels on their shed start coming. Their first shed is just covered in the most beautiful minerals and like glittering little fragments, and even like a small oddly shaped ruby before it comes out to this wonderful green that it has underneath.
Cora blinks repeatedly, staring at this little baby lizard before holding the teapot away from her face and being like, "Oh my god, this is the cutest thing I've ever seen." And then she looks back at the teapot, like just staring at it, super wide-eyed, and like resisting the urge to like scoop the little baby lizard out of there and hugging him so tight. It's love aggression. She is resisting the urge for major love aggression right now. And she just continues to watch him do his thing inside the teapot.
The light that now fills the room without the little shadow of smoke at the top of the dome illuminates Cora and the little familiar in her hands before it pulls away. It's soft and beautiful. Your first day is coming up soon, and you don't have to do it alone. There are many families in this world, many different types of families. One of which comes from a long line of seers. Proud, sought after, notorious seers. In the �̬𝘀𝘀 family, there is a multi-generational family living in one large home. But today, out of all days, it is the arrival of their grandmother, a great seer, wonderfully known, if not for her abilities, for her incredibly cranky attitude. And everyone in this house knows it, but grandmother must have what she wants, which is everyone in attendance, especially as Odette Asteria steps up to the role. Odette, please describe your character.
Okay. Let me pull my thing up because I have to read it because I'm nervous. Odette Asteria, her pronouns are she, they, any. She stands about 5 foot tall. She's very pale. She has deep purple hair that comes down to her waist, and her eyes are 2 different shades of purple. One is like a lighter purple and one's a darker purple. And she also always wears a ring that has a blood red diamond shaped stone in the center.
The ring is special. And you can see every single time your parents kind of look at you, they always notice the glint of it and just smiles. Your father stands very tall, and around him, coiled around one arm, is a very beautiful snake. It like whispers in its ear, in his ear before he's like, "Yes, yes, my yes, no, she'll be gone soon anyway, so it's fine. No, we just have to do this one more thing, and then we'll be good. Then we can go back to the work." Your mother, however, stands in the distant, like edge, kind of just massaging her temples, and her familiar is this wolf shape, just pacing around, just snarling, just. If she says one more thing about Odette, I'm going to fight. You know that. I will fight. I don't need one more thing. And the wolf kind of responds, "Yes, but you don't need to start this right now. Not here. Just she'll be here for a moment and then she'll be gone. That's it, right?" As your parents kind of meet in the center of the room, in the distance you can hear your younger sibling, kind of off to the side and running around. They're far too young for these kind of meetings and the tension that kind of fills it. However, the one thing that is missing, aside from your grandmother, who is almost arrived, is your father's familiar. His previous familiar. A snowy owl with a white framed face with snow little dots over his like black feathers, and he's not anywhere to be found. And this is a familiar that has been with your grandmother, your great grandmother, your great great grandmother, your great great grandfather, it's gone down the entire line of Astoria, and for some reason they're not here. Your mother kind of paces and comes to you and just like tucks your hair behind your ear. Are you feeling all right, little one?
Yeah, I think I'm okay right now.
Have you packed in everything for school?
Everything that I think I need. I've definitely forgot something, but I don't know what it is.
Oh, that's all right. You just have to send me a crane and fold it up, and we will send you anything that you missed. And she kind of keeps tucking any like she kind of curls your hair in her fingers and plays with your hair a little bit as she talks to you.
I will, Mama. You know that I'll write you as much as I can.
You better, otherwise I'll come find you.
I mean, that means you'd have to come see me, and I'd be okay with that.
Your mother's face kind of breaks into this soft smile that you usually see her in. Of course. Grandmother will be here, and this will be all done. The door kind of creaks open very loud to this large home. And an older woman kind of comes in with robes of purple and green. You see her wear these necklaces that go all the way down, and all these symbols of her great seer status come in, and she has these same kind of light purple eyes. Just walks and just, "Nothing to eat on the freaking ferry, and the way here was cold and damp, and my knees, every time I take a step, it just aches. I told them that it was going to rain this morning, but no, they don't want to listen to me. They never want to listen to me, do they?" On her arm, you see this little fluttering little moth kind of flit between ear to ear, just whisper softly land on one like very very large earlobe, and then land on the other earlobe, and like she's just like, "No, I saw it, and How many times the Astoria name has to be put in the mud? I don't care. No. Oh, everyone is here? Okay. Hello, take my coat, please. It's very chilly and damp. And you see your dad just rush and just like pull the coat off his mother. Hello, mother. Hello. Oh, what a chill. Odette. Oh, Odette. Hello, my dear.
Odette is gonna walk over quickly and offer her arm out to her grandma so she can help her walk to her chair.
Oh, what a good granddaughter. Thank you, taking care of your grandmother. Oh, be careful. And she almost like trips a little bit from her little steps from her long robes, but she sweeps them like with one leg, just and just slowly rests in her chair. So have you started seeing yet?
Not yet. I haven't had one. I think I had when I was younger, but I can't remember if I've had any since then. So I'm not 100% sure.
And even though she says it in a very calm voice, you notice her eyes kind of flit between the parents and just, yes, well, it's quite late for
Oh,
age.
so some people, maybe they're just late bloomers. It's okay. It's fine. I'm only 14. There's still so much time.
Yes. You know, if your father just married the one I've chosen, this would have been a little bit different. And you just hear like a snarl from your mother's familiar, just, and you just hear her say, "Shut it."
Grandmother,
And
you know that I
yes,
don't appreciate when you talk about my mom like that.
yes, of course,
We've
of
been over
course.
this.
Yes, I forget.
I love
I
you
forget.
very much. You need to be nice.
Yes, I need to be nice.
And Odette's gonna look back at her mom and wink.
She's your mom's holding the stare at your like grandmother's the back of your grandmother's head, just like, and you just see that wolf familiar kind of pace in and out. Your father kind of walks closer, and you see the snake familiar who's new to the family, but instantly bonded with your mother's familiar, kind of slither down his body down to the ground and wrap around the wolf familiar around their neck. They talk to each other. You see them like, this is very unique, but because of the great bond your dad and mom share, their familiars have gotten close. And they start talking to each other. You don't know what they say, but you see the wolf familiar slowly calm down and sit. But their eyes don't escape the grandmother. They say something quickly, and your mother just says, "Well, let's just get this over with." And she comes home safe, no matter what the result. Understand? To your father, and your father just, of course, I won't let anything happen to her, I promise. Mother, we'll be right back. And your mother, the grandmother, just kind of looks and sees like, are you sure she will succeed? Especially without the gift. And your father just says, yes, succeed or not, she will be coming home and she'll go to school just like every other student and safe. That's all we want for her. And he like reaches out his hand. He's looks almost elvish, just very very brightly colored, long hair that comes to like a little plait at the end, with a little ribbon that your mom has like tied around it. And he just holds out his hand. My Odette, will you come with me?
She's gonna smile real big and grab her dad's hand.
You walk 2, 3 steps into like this halo of light. There's like the statue of like the first seer in your family with her eyes covered, but like you can see like the glint of purple behind it. And as you walk into this light that comes off of this statue, wind and like a small gust of air start building up around you. A portal starts forming, and you see your mother just kind of for a moment, just with a scared look, gasp, just scared for like a moment before the setting around you changes, and now you find yourself in front of a dark hole, like a dark cave, a cavern in front of you, and the light from above is coming through this deep trench that your father and you are in. There are a couple steps to this cave, and your father just says, "Wait."
What's wrong? What happened?
This is a test that every one of our family has taken, even I, younger than you. When each of us gets the gift, we come here and bind a familiar to ourselves. It is a test to our abilities and to the magic that we hold.
What do we
You
have to do?
walk closely. Don't get too close. I have bound him, for now, in his original form.
She's gonna be just so confused and trying to find what he's talking about.
As you get closer to uh, the cavern opening, you start seeing a flint of like light bouncing off of a white framed face, and eyes that are very familiar, and a little feathers kind of pulling in and out. The creature in front of you, it has chains all up its back. It has claws for arms, long wings that come down its forearms that look like bat wings, and on its head, its ears almost look pointed, like a feline, like a cat. Crowned on top of its head is a set of antlers, all bent in different shape.
Oh,
Your father looks and says, "That is Regulus's true form, a 𝘌𝑀.
why do you have it all chained up?
You will see." As you get closer, the snarling comes up. The first thing that you hear is rustling, and you see kind of dried stains of blood, like feathers all around, and it just it pokes its head out, and this long neck comes out with eyes that are just focused on you. There are many creatures, Odette, who share multiple names, and this one, he is Ragu. I have formed this, and he like waves his little hand over with his wand, just like a little pointed wave, and a glimmering, like almost pink purple sigil forms. And he says quickly, "You must learn how to bind him, and he will resume the form that you know, that we all grew up with, each one of us, as our own familiar Regulus."
Wait, is he being forced to be like this? We're not hurting him, are we?
The creature starts stepping out, one by one, like little feet, and it starts stepping up into its height, almost the size of two of your father.
Do you really think you have what it takes to keep me bound?
Odette is just looking up at it, just in awe of this, like, big, animal. Just, oh my god. I would love the chance to be companions.
It stretches its long owl neck down, kind of looks at you, and you just see it for the vicious thing it is and why it has to be bound. It is free thinking, and what all, like everything that it could do, it will. You just see it until it starts snarling and smiling.
Just wait. Just wait. I will be free of these bonds and I'll eat everyone. Every single one. Just wait. I'm Ragu, and I'm free. I am free.
The sigil in front of you starts glowing. For you to finish this spell, I will need checks either with brawn, grit, or brains.
Brawn, grit, or brains. Okay. I will do brains. Okay.
What did you roll? I'm so sorry. I have to pull up my thing.
No, you're
Oh,
good.
8.
It's an 8.
Holy heck.
Got a big old noggin.
You do. Your last studies with your father come up first. The first thing is to bind something down, you need to complete a circle. The second thing is, while it's being bound down, you must, hold that position with that sigil until it like revolves all the way around with magical energy around the being. And the last thing that you knew that was like one of the hard parts of this is that while you're holding this familiar, they can attack you. So you must be careful while you hold your position until it is complete.
Odette is going to get a look of determination, and she's gonna kneel down by the circle and start finishing the circle from what she knows.
The circle is complete. It glows brighter and clearer until it goes all the way around.
You kidding? No. Oh, just wait. Wait till you unleash me. Wait.
But it is cut off. It launches at you, its head going straight for yours. Your father pushes your body down into the ground until like your hands land on the ritual circle. And with that last bit of power, you see that sigil blast up into more energy, and radiating waves of magic start pulsating all around. The first thing you feel is electricity under your fingertips, but the next is new. Your eyes start to glow, and your head tilts up. And suddenly, it's as if you're a wisp of cloud watching something from above. It's you, standing in front of Ragul. The sigil is complete. It's so close. The creature's so big, from your point, sitting there, you can't see it. So close, right behind to finish and bind them. But it launches an attack, and from this view, you can see it launch an attack. But it's not going for you. It's going for your father, who is standing up straight, right in its way. And right before you know it, it all comes down like a gust of smoke back down to your eyes, and your head tilts forward. And before you, the sigil is right where you saw it in the beginning of that vision, almost coming to a close, and it disappears behind the creature, just like the vision, just seconds before. And above you, you feel a gust of little wind as this creature is coming, lunging forward.
Odette is gonna just grit her hands into the circle and just try as hard as she might to summon like something that could protect her father, whether it be some kind of field or whether it be Earth itself.
Let's see, if it's protection, it would be fight or brawn. And if you're trying to just move the earth, I think it would be brains or brawn.
Okay, I'll do the fight. Me. Got a 6.
With the 6, the first thing you with the 6, sorry, I should have told you to check and I forgot. The first thing you feel is like a short gust that comes up from the edge of the sigil, and it blocks for a moment like the kinetic force that this 𝘌𝐻𝑐𝐻𝑒 is like showing as it like goes through this blast. And it's just enough to where your dad can just lean his head back. He still has you like kind of hold has your back, and he just like that's such a cheater. Once
Are
more.
you good? Is you okay? Are you fine?
Yeah. Once more, Odette.
okay, this isn't scary at all. Her hands are gonna be shaking a little bit, but she is determined to finish this circle and get this done.
This will be a snap decision, and it will be a grit roll.
Okay.
Now, for everyone who's watching, we've added a lot of homebrew rules, and one of them is that in snap decisions, that's the only time you can't use your adversity tokens unless you burn off a scorch mark, and you get those scorch marks back if you attune your magic again and like recharge. If you burn off a scorch mark, there's two things you can do. You can either burn off one scorch mark to use your adversity tokens to get that roll, but adversity tokens are also used to experience, or you can burn off a scorch mark to re-roll a roll you have.
I'm gonna do it. YOLO. Let's use a scorch mark because I got a 1.
You get one scorch mark and you feel it. It's your energy that you have, that you hold, the reservoir of power that you have, and you feel a singe as like you've just let out a burst of it. And that burst, please re-roll for me.
Come on, dice. Give Mama something good. Don't do this to me again. We did this in the one shot. Don't hurt me like this. Give me something. Something. I'll take it. Is that good?
The check goes for a 5.
Woo!
The power that comes from burning a scorch mark is terrifying and slightly hard on one's body because it's overpowering. And in this moment, it's enough. The Capine starts breaking off his chains one by one and starts trying to fly up in the air with its long bat wings. And the power of the sigil reaches up, grips around its little anklet, and leaves this little necklace, little runic bound chain around it. And you see this creature slowly transform as it floats down. When the sigil finally lowers down its power and it kind of disappears off, your father smiles. Welcome back, Regulus. Oh, an owl kind of turns to you, like fully, like its head just turns.
Regulus, why?
Why?
She's gonna walk up and like scratch his little head. Like, why has it got to be so hard? I just want to be your friend.
Well, you've completed what you needed to do. That means we'll do great magic together.
Odette's gonna get excited, and like, even though he is a very regal owl, she's gonna grab him and she's gonna smoosh him a little bit and be like, "You're so cute."
He just like kind of pulls his head, just like turns to your dad and just, I didn't ask for this. Is this going to happen
Neither
all the
did
time? Oh, okay.
We're in this together.
Okay. And he starts fluttering up once you let go of him up into the opening of this little cavern, and just like using his wings and stretching everything out, and you just see him floating above, and your dad smiles. But as like Regulus like goes higher and higher, you feel a grip on your arm, really tight, and you see your dad looking at you. And that smile has gone away. And he's whispering, "Promise me never take off his bell. Never listen to him when he says to release him. Days will pass. Trust will form. And one day you will think, he will know me if I take it off. And one day, after the thousands of days where he maybe hasn't asked you to release him, he asks us very, very nicely. And one day you may believe him. And you might think he might be different. Never forget this moment. Never forget Ragul's voice. Never take off his charm.
Okay, Dad. I'll listen.
Both of you see Regulus float down this great familiar of your family. And now that your father has found another, he goes straight to you and lands near you, and a small chirp comes and a smile that he only shares in the quietest of moments, and he nuzzles next to you, and on his little claw you see it, a little binding, metal with like runes all over it, and right at the end just a little twinkling bell, just a little cling anytime he moves. And if you weren't this close to him, you wouldn't hear it. And when you hear that little bell clink, you see Regulus like shake off his feathers and just calm down a little bit more. You come home. Everyone is in roars of excitement and happiness. Your father relates to your grandmother of how your head tilted back and your eyes were glowing, and you see your grandmother just in happiness. Your mother couldn't care less. She's just happy that you're safe. Regulus is there, but you know, this is not her family like that. So she's just like, my baby's safe. That's all I care about. And hugs you, and you see her wolf familiar kind of circle you and herd you into like into a tighter hug of hers. As this pulls away and all of you are introduced into this world and your familiars come together, school is about to begin. All of you have heard different things about Sesine, and some of you've none. But you come as told by the letter that you've received and instructions from your parents, or things that your siblings have told you when they first arrived for all the first year one students. You come to the island of Newfoundland, where a fog rolls, thick, almost as if imbued with magic to cover the island. At the edge of this stony beach, and you see a couple other first years getting into these rowboats. All 5 of you are now standing with your items. Everything is now slowly going into all these different rowboats. These new students, everyone's just muttering. You see a boy with like dark brown hair in curls, and you see like a sphinx cat on his shoulder, and he's just like, yes, Amon. Yes, I will make sure. Yes, you already have a bath. You won't get wet again, I promise. And he gets into a boat. Another boy kind of like fights with his like larger hawk. Marcos, come on, just sit there. There's nothing about this that, don't worry, I will give you everything. I am starving as well. And he just pulls up this like lunchbox filled with food, and you see a little note from his mother, and he just tosses that and starts eating really hurriedly in his boat. Another girl just kind of comes up to the 5 of you, kind of sitting there, just like, are we supposed to sit in the boat?
I don't actually know.
I mean, I would
Ron,
say the boat's here, right?
I just found out I could do magic, so and they told us to come to this random island. So, okay. In her hands is like this little hogno snake that's kind of curling around her hand, and you see like this little turned up lip, and she's holding it like a little bracelet around her palm. And she just like, okay. And she like sits down, puts her little stuff in, and at the edge of the pier you hear like this sharp whistle. Rania. Okay. Rania speaks up quickly and is like, oh, my siblings told me that you have to sit in the boat and tuck everything in.
I think Amelia would just once over the boat one more time and just, get a really good look at it. Make sure it's not fishy. Pun intended.
It's kind of
Oh, that was so good.
it's dark brown in some areas, bleached white in others from the sun. There's like a little bit of peeling parts of it. It's sturdy. There's no water at the bottom of it. Maybe a little damp. But burned and etched at the side of it is a rune, and you see like a twin-headed like eagle at the top of it.
Odette is just going to be like looking around and seeing everything. She's just in awe of all of it.
Cora's gonna jump in the boat. She's not afraid. She's just gonna do as Rania suggested and hop into the boat. She needs a little bit of a head start to get, to jump the distance.
I won't make
she'll
it like
hop
a
in the
brawn
boat.
check. She'll make it. She'll be
I need a
fine.
grit check to see if you make it in the boat.
I don't know. Brawn is like the worst.
No, you don't have to. I'm just joking.
I'm gonna look at everybody else standing. Amelia would look at everybody else standing around and just kind of like, okay. And she's also going to just crawl in the boat and start tucking all of her stuff in.
Odette's gonna giggle a little bit at Cora jumping on the boat and then just follow suit.
Quinn's in
Ron-
amazement right now of like all the different people, like all the different students, but they also brought way too many things. So she's like looking around. She's like, "Is someone going to grab these? Because not that I need it, but like my mom will get super pissed if I leave this here."
Yeah, okay. And Amelia gets out of the boat and starts helping load stuff.
Yeah, Odette was like, okay, yeah, I'll come out
Sorry
there
if
I have less stuff. I'll come
I
help.
might have overpacked.
You see Rania just like, no, they'll just arrive.
Oh, they do?
Yeah,
It's too late. We're
my
kind of committed.
siblings-
We're
Oh, okay.
That has
Yeah.
got like 2 bags in her hands. Like,
Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
like, what?
It's
You see
rather
like
expensive,
Rania's
not- I
familiar
hate
like
it.
like fluttering, and it's very young and just like chirping, just talking. Just Rania's like, yeah, no, come help, come on. And Rania like jumps out and helps all of you kind of grab a couple of things. The boat is a little bit heavier, but it doesn't sink into the water. It just bounces up, but then like you see a little force of it kind of propel it a little bit higher so that it doesn't sink.
Thank you so much. My name's Quinn, by the way.
Amelia �W𝘀𝘀𝘍. And she sticks out a
Oh,
hand to
yeah.
shake Quinn's hand.
She extends a beautiful name. I love it.
And this is are our familiars with this, I assume?
Yes. Everyone's
Yeah.
familiars is with them.
I would just like to gesture to my sweet little fox and say, and this is Nyx.
Nyx kind of curls around and just like hides behind Amelia's face, just like gives a nod, like a little bow.
Well, aren't you just the sweetest? Hello there. It seems all of you have little friends with you. I seem like I've forgot that part.
Odette is going to be like, I think that some people can find them in different ways. I don't think it's like too late to have them later on. I think it's just whatever works with you.
Yeah, I think that the right companion will find you whenever the time is right.
Okay, perfect. Sorry. My mom it's a lot. Sorry.
It's not.
It's nice to
My
meet you
name is
all.
Odette, by the way. It's nice to meet you all.
Cora just waves from the boat. I'm Cora.
Quite a jump you made earlier.
10 out of 10, honestly.
Seriously,
Fantastic jump.
beautiful, graceful.
Cora
as well.
would throw her arms up in the air and say, "Stuck the landing."
Odette's gonna throw her arms in the air too and be like, yeah!
Ronnie is just like, yes, 10 out of 10. Completely agree. Everyone, I think we should hold on to all our items. I'm not sure. My brother was teasing me, but he did say that all your things get wet, but I think he might be lying.
Yeah, I can't have that.
I'm just gonna scoop Nyx like under me a little bit to try and make sure that Nyx doesn't get too wet.
A lurching pull starts happening as the boat starts moving, but instead of gliding across the lake, it starts sinking down tail first into the water like a submarine. Its bow starts to bend downward.
Oh no.
What's happening?
I don't think this is how boats work.
Everyone around you starts gasping. You even hear a couple kids like, "Oh my God, we're sinking!" Another child's like, "What do we do? Get out!" But as soon as they had sat in and the boats moved, the water started rippling around the little rowboat. Little droplets come down, but nothing like Rania's brother had teased. And you start seeing underneath this little ocean that hits up against this island, the Atlantic Ocean opening up to you in this little passageway. Fish, random pieces of plant life. You're getting deep blue and green of the salt water kind of circling around and around. As the boat starts floating, but by the way it's moving, it's like on a track, down into the bottom. The shape it makes around you all, above you, keeps you safe, but filled with air, and you can, it almost feels a little humid. And as it gets lower and lower, the humidity goes up to 100, and you can feel just moisture, just kind of slicked on your robes, on your clothing. If some of you have Your uniform's on already. It's kind of tighter on you. If you haven't changed, it's just and you're wearing like maybe like shorts or anything else, it's a little bit cooler, a little bit nicer. But you even feel like you even see the fish kind of rush past you. And as you're coming closer and closer to this central area, you can see above you there's a dense fog that's covering the ocean surface, and it's creeping out to the beach where your items, if there were any other items left, where other students' items are, and pull back. And it looks like if you didn't know it was that you had magic, this just looks otherworldly. And then as you're coming down, you hear the magical creatures that are in the ocean start singing. And it's something maybe your family has heard or sang before. Maybe there was a book in a library that you've seen about this little song or poem or story. But you hear it now, maybe for the first time.
Two sisters lived in the wicked wood. They ran from a curse as fast as they could. The fog was thick with magic on the isle. It crept like waves over hills for miles. Pandora the elder, with eyes so keen, foresight her gift, a magic sheen. Cressida the younger, a life to unfold. Her touch brought light that cast shadows cold. They came up the bay of Thuk on birch bark canoe. Cloaks of caribou painted their skin in ochre hue. The harvest would return, so they feared of late. They banished the curse past the ninth gate. The purse, the vow, the seals to break, the reaper to return on this very lake. Together they channel the essence of fate, opening gates to a perilous fate. Our fair ladies of ochre face rest beneath the school shroud and lace. Through realms ethereal the sisters wait, guiding the chosen to challenge their fate. Students now inherit the tale, legacy of magic strong and frail, facing shadows that loom and press. In the heart of Sesine's dark recess.
Then instead of like a giant group shot, we delved in just enough to give everybody a slice.
Just a taste.
Yeah.
Just a taste. The boats that are pulling in you, the story, the poem about the two sisters who lived in the wicked wood. They ran from a curse as fast as they could. The fog was thick with magic on the isle, and it crept like waves over hills for miles. There is Pandora and Cressida, the elder of the younger. Pandora could see into the future, and Cressida could bring shadow into light. They were known of the Bay of Thuk, the people of Newfoundland, with birch bark canoes, cloaks of caribou, ochre hue skin. They were afraid of the harvest returning, so they banished it past the ninth gate. The poem talked of a purse, a vow, a seal, multiple seals. And the poem said that on this very, very beach, a reaper should return. because the sisters had opened the gates to such perilous states. Our fair ladies of ochre face rest beneath the school shroud and lace. The sisters wait, guiding the chosen to challenge the fate that they hold. And as the boats kind of pull in and the music, the mer people of the ocean kind of sing to the new first years that are coming to the school, you come to the grotto where the boats all land upon this stony little beach, a cavern. In front of you are black flame candles hanging all around this little space that you probably couldn't have seen even without the fog. This looks hidden even on this island. The water is lapping up and it's pitch black until the candles lit up gold ember flames. And in front of you, an older teacher. Her hair is a gray. Next to her is this large dire boar that just snarls. Welcome, students, to Sesine Academy for the highly gifted. Are you ready to be sorted?
I'm so ready.
Follow me.
Quinn gets out and immediately goes. Good thing is I didn't ruin my clothes for this. It's amazing.
What about our stuff?
So beautiful.
Your stuff will be at your bed when you get to it. Everything is assigned, prepared, and ready for all of you. Did you need anything, Miss Wild?
No. I think that'll be it.
Good.
Odette
Come on,
is gonna
Porthos.
Start walking out too, and I'm gonna offer my hand to Cora if she would like help instead of having to do a running jump again. Would you like some help?
I will give you a anniversary token for just being so sweet. I'm sorry. That was just so adorable. All the children come out. You see the student, the same one that you saw before with the Sphinx cat, kind of climb over and just like, Aman, you are fine. None of it got on you. Come, get in here. And the same other one who was eating his mother's food, the hawk now has like flown up to the top of the grotto with another other avian familiars, and you see them kind of just going straight ahead into an upward slanting stairwell that just is very, very steep. The teacher that greeted you all walks ahead of you, and even though she seems a lot older for her age, she's climbing those stairs very, very quickly. The entrance comes up to you all of this school, but it's more so for you. You can see like the doorway is not as grand as you could see. It's almost like a side entrance from this grotto. You hear echoing of the caverns that you come from, the break of the waves that are crashing from into like, echoing around all the walls, and all the familiars kind of trying to balance themselves by clutching onto their students, and Porthos, the dire boar, not caring, it's just pushing past things and grunting and just aggressively like and you hear the professor just like, enough, go upstairs if you wish not to be bothered. You're too old to be annoying children like this. And
Oh.
Porthos just growls and passes everyone and runs up the stairs, and he just grunts back and you just say, yes, I'll find you in the garden. Go, get out of here.
I love him already.
All of you come to this open room with hedges all around it, and there are blooms of purple and green flowers all around, and exactly as you heard, green roses and tulips, all like look like they've been dipped in like emerald ink and amethyst purple flowers, and there's a large crest that comes up of a twin-headed eagle with the crown and the words above it, "Te maintenant facient facer ne temes." If you are afraid, don't do. If you do, don't be afraid as you pass by. And you see the symbols of Cressida and Pandora on either end, one blinded by shadow and the other with bright golden eyes, a sun and a moon. And the windows that are like coming up start seeing like the night sky and the fog that's rolling in, and shards of growing crystals are like creeping up on one wall, and you see it just like slowly like slither up against one, and a large like shards of different minerals and colors kind of grow on the other. And as you get closer and closer and all the students pile into this little courtyard, there are 3 other teachers standing at a square at the center. One of them is sitting down, almost covered up in blankets. You see him just like nodding off for a second, until you realize what he's sitting on is almost like a contraption of sorts, so a wheelchair for those who've seen it before, just moving on its own with runes all written all through it, with a high back. Oh, they've arrived. Welcome. Stand here. Come on, stand up into the middle, everyone. Everyone, let's get this started. Welcome. I'm Professor Blackwood. You've already met Professor Dawnseeker. She teaches the ethics of the arcane. And I'm your alchemy teacher. Welcome. And he kind of shifts around in his wheelchair. And then you see like a little snake kind of curling around his arms, and the end of it is kind of covered. And you see only like a little bit of it. It's like, yeah, no, we will drink a little bit later. I'm fine right now. Come on, everyone. Stand in the center, please.
Odette is definitely just gonna start walking to the center. She's very excited.
The platform, as all of you kind of step in, it almost looks like a square with like mystical lights, and each time you step onto the platform, as Rania steps on, Quinn, Amelia, Cora, your footprints kind of leave this trail of magical light that comes up. The little threads start coming in, and ripples start rippling in and out, like as if you're stepping into like a fountain, like a very low amount of water. But this isn't liquid as you know it. This is energy, magical energy. And you see on each corner of the square, there's a pillar that starts pulling like the ripples and radiates them up, just like little room. And each of the 4 teachers stands beside or close enough to the columns. Another professor comes in. You see a ferret kind of racing in between his legs, and he's like trying to step wherever there is. Emery, I will step on you if you keep doing this. Come on, climb up. His face is covered in white makeup, and he has drawn on eyeliner. And you hear Professor Don Seeker says, Quintus, the children have arrived. And he just says, I know they have arrived. That's why I'm here. Okay, Millicent, there's nothing I can do. Emery, this is not proper behavior. Professor Iron Grip kind of steps onto the board in front of you, the ripples of water emanating from his footsteps as he comes to the center. Good. Everyone. Sesine Academy, well, understands magic a little differently. You see, you've arrived here, and you have all different types of abilities, aspirations, and interests. To map you out can be quite difficult. Something that you are now, you may not be in the next year, in the next day. So we decided, and you just hear like a cough from Professor Millicent. Not decided, sorry. The founders understood that magic is ever changing, much like the constellations in our sky. And above you, the sky kind of erupts in all these little sparkling stars. Your growth will be mirrored by the evolving patterns of these lights. Embrace the interconnections of our realm, and let your curiosity and decisions guide you. The true magic is not where you are initiated, but in the journey you embark upon. And you see a proud face on him as if he's practiced this. And Emery, this ferret on his shoulder, just puts his pads together just as like a silent clap, but none of the teachers follow. And Professor Iron Grip just smiles, just waiting for that moment to drop. But seeing as none has, Emery just keeps clapping his little paws together, and he just like quietly like pushes Emery like into the back, just like, of course, great, everyone. Now, we will show you what will happen, and as your names are called for, step into the array, bring out your wands, and test your magic. Trust it within you, for it knows where you belong. But remember, it's not fixed. You may come back here when you're alone, or maybe with your friends and see it has moved. Maybe your interests change and it wanes and waxes. And that's all right. As you can see, when he steps into the center, like a chart, it starts plotting like different little stars on this board in front of you. And the different pillars start to emanate. The professor was in the wheelchair, kind of pulls himself up to a standing position, and he looks and says, "This is the alchemical ring." And the column that he's in resonates with like green, smoky powder. And you see Professor Quintus Iron Grip kind of walking a little bit close to it. His ring pulsates, and you see that where Professor Blackwood's ring and his kind of comes together in like a Venn diagram. As their classes that they teach, Professor Irongrip says, I teach artificery, and you can see a lot of it works with transmutation and alchemy. And that's why it connects with Professor Blackwood a little bit more, but also connects with a couple other fields of magic. That is why I'm not fully in the alchemical ring, but, you know, as my specialty is in artificery and magic of that sort, it leans heavily to this ring. A couple of the students, as they come in, already their ripples are, like, a little bit of them are emanating to the alchemical ring. And Professor Blackwood is like, yes, we call it Kamara. Professor Dawnseeker comes up, coughs, and says, I'm starving, Quintus, so let's get this quickly done. This is the celestial ring, or Celestia, astral. And there's like this celestial glow that comes out. You see little sparks and like stars that go around it. And those who are tuned to the astral plane, who seek freedom in the stars, who love the idea of being with other beings outside these bodies that you call your own. This is where you kind of exist. If you're not one of those alchemists who like to flicker with, you know, transmutation and energy and changing things, this is a little bit different. Professor Irongrip kind of keeps walking through the little puddles and comes to this other ring, this other column. It's like, yes, and this one, and he taps it and just like it vibrates in energy, and you see all these arcane symbols kind of racing all up against it, scripts kind of going up around in circles all around. This is Arcanum, or the Arcane Ring. This welcomes students with a knack for deciphering rituals, evocation. Those who enjoy the scripts, the knowledge, the magical mathematics. Behind this pillar comes another professor hiding, and in her hands, you just see flitting between things is this little like small bumblebee bat. You can't see it except for the little flight path that is taking it. You just see another professor comes like, if you enjoy, no. If you enjoy the scripts of the world and how it connects the people, the ruins that connect us all, and the magic that weaves in between us, arcanas, envoys, and nulls all the same, the arcane ring will call to you. And you see the bumblebee bat, like she like shoots it out like a little yo-yo, and you just see this bumblebee bat like radiate out energy into this large shape, and then comes back to this small little bat. And you see when she steps onto the board, her ring is closer to the arcane ring, but it connects closely with the astral one, and like a Venn diagram, just like little rings are pointing and little points as these teachers are filling up the board. Finally, the last column shows itself, shrouded in darkness. But leaning on it is a teacher with a very sour face, with black skin, old little wrinkles have formed on his smile lines, and he has white kind of strands going through his hair. If you find comfort in the mysteries of the shadows, Nocturna will be your home. And as he steps forward, his ring is solitary. It's the closest it is to the shadow ring, and it doesn't move. He is right where he wants to be, and he's not straying far from it. His familiar is nowhere near him. but he puts his hands behind his back and he says, "All right, let us begin. Call the first student now onto the board. This is wasting a lot of time. The food will be gone before we can get back, so come." All of you are lined up according to your names, or your last names. Rania is in the back. In front of Rania is Cora. Nope, Rania is in the back. In front of them is Amelia. Why did I do it backwards? I should have done it the other way. Z, what comes before Z? Then it's Amelia, then it's Cora, then it's Quinn, and then it's Odette. Odette right at the front. Above you,
Wow,
you
what
hear...
a change of pace in real life. I've never been in the front of the line ever.
I've always been in the middle.
Literally,
I've always been in the back. I have a W.
I've always been running. I hated that.
As you step forward, there are a couple other students that are stepping forward, and you see them kind of disappear into the hedges that are kind of pulled up, the water at the bottom that are marking each of your little ripples. You may begin. Professor Dawnseeker waves a thing of magic, and a creature kind of appears. However, the other students that are in other lines, they don't see this creature, only you do. It starts bounding between little things, one by one, and starts sending out magic, rays of white light at you. Please give me a fight check. This is not a snap decision, so you can use other roles if you can describe to me what magic you're trying to do.
Okay. All right. Sorry,
Sorry, so much lore drop. I'm really sorry.
No, I
No, it's
love
okay,
it.
but-
My brain is trying to process, and I'm like, yeah. Okay. So you said a fight, not a flight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or no, it could be a flight too if you describe what you're like the magic you're trying to do, because
Oh,
magical
no,
combat and defense can be both.
Brawn and flight are my worst. I would take fight. I just wanted to make sure that that's what you wanted.
Okay.
Oh.
Sorry.
Those down drops are actually terrifying.
I felt my whole
That was
heart
actually a
drop.
mistake.
Woo!
I was out here making this into a horror movie.
Love
We'll
that.
see us in season 2. You'll never come back.
Year 2.
Okay.
By the sounds of that sound, not Odette. Boom, boom.
Listen, I wish you. I just knew that I was gonna bust my face again somehow, just like the first time. Okay.
I know we were also a little over time, so I'm so sorry. But
No,
we will
good.
wrap up as quickly as possible.
All good here.
Okay, here.
I'm gonna try to make spiky vines come out of the ground and wrap around this monster. I just wanted to tell you my idea before rolling for it.
Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah, please roll. This this will be a DC of you said flight to kind of defend yourself?
Yes. Well, and I'm also trying to stop it.
Okay.
So, like, that's why I said spiky, so that it, like, grabs and stays.
Mhm.
Okay, D12 plus 2. D12 plus 2. Okay. Don't hurt me. Be nice to me. Can't read that. A 10.
With a 10, the check is, what is it, an 8? With the 10, all of you behind Odette, you see a sharp blast of spiky plants erupt from the ground and ripple out with the water, but you don't see what it's going after. You don't see what happened, or why they need to do this. Nothing like that appears. But for Odette, you see the creature bouncing in and out between the fast-moving spiky plants. I was gonna say spiky pants, and I was like,
Spiky pants,
spiky pants,
tramp pants.
bounding in and out until it weaves. But one step, two steps, start missing their little movement, and the spiky plants kind of pull as a gate, weaving in as a fence right in front of you. And that blast sends out a ripple on the board. The wave, the little bit of magical liquid resonates, and your star starts to build. The circle kind of forms out under you, and as you step closer and closer to the center, like a chart, it charts out, like it bounces in between the astral ring for a second, then the arcane. But it doesn't know where it's supposed to go. So it sits in the center of both. There's celestial glow that comes from your ring. And as it comes back, it pulls you to that little graph, that little part of that board, and you see it. Professor Millicent Dawnseeker kind of nods at you from the astral ring, and the other professor with the bumblebee bat smiles at you. You seem to have a knack for rituals, young one. Wonderful. Welcome. Next on the line, Quinn. As you step up, as Odette's kind of body kind of moved like a chessboard piece to like a certain part on this graph, like plotting a graph almost. You see all the other students who were also first in their lines that were created next to you kind of already moving. And they're greeted by their teachers if they're close enough. You see a couple students, their circles intersect with other teachers and other students, and they start meeting each other and saying like, "Hey, let's go, hi." You see the other student with like the hawk kind of go like a pinball, almost like flicking around until it lands near the alchemical ring, and when the ring comes back to grab him and bring him back to that spot, you see Professor Iron Grip just saying, "Oh, you like mixing up things, don't you? I can see it." And Professor Blackwood in the back smells like, "Did you bring ham sandwiches?" I smell sandwiches on you. And you see him say like, "Miles, Professor, nice to meet you." And he like shakes off the crumbs on his like uniform and just like stands up still. And he's like, "Yes, Professor, I will say I'm not a good cook, but if I could get my hands on good recipes, I do love to make good food." Then the field in front of Quinn kind of changes, and now you see the setting almost erupting in flames. There is a bright sun in front of you, and the flames are now like licking the ceiling. Everyone behind you, everyone around you, you don't see this, but for Quinn, you are hit with like a condition immediately, because the sun that kind of comes up in the sky is not hurtful to your kind, but its sudden appearance gets you a little stressed. And when you are stressed, that's a -2 to brains. You can, for conditions in our world, there's different benefits and I wouldn't like to say negatives, but negatives, I guess, that you can remove by doing something specific. Like if you are in bliss, you get a +2 to grit until you say something awkward. But you can
All I say is awkward. Whew.
you can remove conditions by comforting each other or reassuring each other, or what is it? If you are magically attuned and you get a moment to rest and relax. These are modifiers that we added to the game so that way we have things that change up the world based on emotions and actions that we do, and they don't last long. But the cool thing is we also have like injured and hex to kind of measure. You can have all the conditions, and if you have all the conditions, you will have to roll on a table to see if you make it to the year, to next year. Because if you have all the conditions, you're scared, angry, stressed, jealous, embarrassed, injured 3 times, hexed 3 times, and unconscious, I think yes, you have to roll to see if you survive. Because honestly, dang.
You might need
That's
to just
kind of
go home at this point. That's
exactly. If you had all
You
of
might-
that, yeah, you should probably maybe pack your
unenroll,
bags.
I need
Too
you to
much
come
prepare.
pick me up.
Mom.
We like this was put together so that there's this level of feeling of like scariness to the game, while
Yeah.
also being like cute and fun, where we don't have to have combat. We can have like blissful moments, stress moments, and generous moments. So as of this moment, you have this condition. -2 to brains. Please mark that until you say something hurtful to someone, or if somebody notices that you're stressed and takes, comforts you. This sun that's beating down on you and the flames that are licking the walls, they start like pulsating in and out. What would you like to do?
This is overwhelming, Quinn. This isn't normal, so this is definitely freaking her out.
I know that we can't see what's going on with Quinn, like what they're seeing, but do we see that Quinn is like in distress and like upset by like what they're seeing?
For you, Amelia, you can do a charm check to perceive that. Cora, you can see it from your point of view because you're right behind Quinn.
Okay. Well, with that said, Cora would go psst, psst, and like try to get Quinn's attention, and if that worked, she would hold up 2 thumbs and be like 2 thumbs up, be like, "You got this."
You're so precious.
I know.
precious.
My heart.
That's what I was
Cora.
looking to do. I
I'm, like,
appreciate
holding
you.
Like,
it
I
in
want to
right
be
now.
friends with Cora in real life.
I know.
Oh my goodness.
Can we please hang out?
If you need help with that charm check,
Can
got
I do I see this? Do I need to roll to see this?
To see the light or
No, Cora.
no. They're right behind you. You
Okay.
can see them. Yeah. It's just like a vision that appears in front of you. The test of the board.
Quinn turns, she sees Cora, thumbs up, and she kind of like tries to calm herself before turning back around, and she tries to she uses her wand, she tries to put a barrier around her to shield her from the sun. Okay.
This might be a flight. But you can explain to me if there's something else that you want to use. In Kids on Brooms, you can take half of a dice roll if you can explain to me if there's something else that you would use.
So what she wants to do is she wants to make basically like a dome over herself, and then try to cast the fire away, as far as like using wind or something, or something to just try to, you know, alleviate the flames, if that's possible. But I can roll
Say the
flight
last
first.
part because I saw something on the chat that I had to respond to. I'm so sorry.
Okay, you're fine. She's gonna, after trying to make this to blanket herself in some kind of to shield from the sun, she's gonna try to alleviate the flames in some way. Maybe like if it's possible, like a gust of wind or something to try to put the flames out.
Great. Then what will you be rolling for that, or taking the
for
half
the-
of?
I will say the flight for sure, and I have a +1 to that for magic.
Okay.
So it'd be 11 because I have 20 for flight.
The barrier comes up. This sun is not a sun that you know, it's a sun that you fear, a sun that maybe takes the lives of 𝘌𝐻𝑀𝑎s, the vampire of the old country that is, you know, similar to the Transylvania vampires, but you are a vampire. The sun doesn't hurt you. The real sun doesn't hurt you. The barrier goes up, and the flames that are licking you are just fearful things that are kind of trying to nip at you, like little paws trying to grab at you and bite you with its little fiery burn. But it doesn't. The wind that picks up around this little barrier carries you forward right to the center, and a ripple radiates out. You're illuminated by glow of celestial stars. A ring of shadow cover you. And then for some reason, flickering just a little bit, are little glowing lights. The alchemical ring, the 𝘌𝐻𝑀𝑎. It doesn't know where to go. It doesn't know what ring fits you. You hear a voice. Where do you belong?
Is that you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You know who it is.
I don't know. I don't know where I belong. I don't know where to go without you. I'm trying.
Wherever you go, that'll be the right way to go. Trust that. Even if it's right here, right at the center.
I just wish I could see you again, honestly. But I know you're here. I know you're going to guide me, as you always did.
Great. Then what better than to start right at the center and see where you fit. Come back later, maybe it will change. Or maybe it won't. Maybe you'll learn it all and be best of them all. The voice kind of disappears from your head, and all the teachers are amazed at the radiant light of glow that's coming from you. You see all the different types of magic kind of flit, the celestial glow, the arcane runic symbols kind of go in, the darkness that's kind of embracing the bottom like smoke or fog at the ground, and little lights kind of flickering, and the teachers nod. Welcome, Quinn. Cora, in front of you, you see all these things, like the next group of students going in. It's only like 3 more rows left, and in front of you, all like a forest erupts. As soon as Quinn is pulled off that line, you don't see anything else, the vines, everything kind of pulls up from the ground. Everything is covered in dense wood.
Whoa.
You step 1 foot forward and it starts to sink. And you start noticing the faces of little creatures kind of poking out from the wood. These creatures are unfamiliar, and they start running at you. They're like very, 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 very small. And they come pulling at you to pull you down more into the wood.
Hey, maybe don't do that. Maybe don't put me down there. And she's pushing at them ever so lightly to try and get them to stop.
They don't hear that. They keep pushing more and more as if they're like just ignoring what you were doing. This little moment, the fear of like the mud kind of creeping up closer and closer, kind of creates a little scared feeling kind of rippling through your body. And that is a -2 to brawn until you avoid something difficult. So please mark that off on your condition sheet. The little creatures are known as the sorry, I just had the name of it. Known as forest spirits, from close to like Central America, maybe. You hear you see the landscape fits that region of the world. 𝘌𝐻𝑒𝐿𝑃𝑒𝑠, they're enchanters. They have long pointed ears, and where their eyes are, it's just completely black. And their skin is gray with like a green hair that kind of floats down. They look almost like elves and gnomes, little imps kind of put together, but they live in the forest and they disrupt magical spells that harm the environment. And they see you as a threat. And so now they decided to pull you down into the mud. You hear a lot of them like jumping up from the vines, pulling things, coming through it, they're not even talking to each other, but you can see them like moving their head in like communication.
Cora decides to close her eyes ever so slightly, muttering to herself, "This is just a test. This is just a test. This is just a test." And tries to remember that she can't actually get hurt here, and tries to summon like a little burst of energy around her, to kind of just push everything off of her, the mud, the creatures, everything, all instantaneously in one small burst.
What do you think would be the type of spell stat that would fit this? Because for me this does sound like a grit, but I can work with something else too.
I think grit would work. I think that sounds appropriate in terms of stats and what she's trying to do.
I will need 3 grit checks though. So you can do like 3. You can click it 3 times, I think.
Okay.
This is to withstand, because it's multiple people, multiple creatures.
Is there a way to do multiple dice at once, or do I just need to do it 3 times?
Yeah, if you just like if you do like you click it 3 times, it should come up with like 3d4 or something.
Oh,
Yeah.
got it.
Okay. With a 21, I would like for you to explain to me how this spell worked, because you have definitely overshot this by a good amount.
Well, that
Not
that,
like
that
not
that's
like
important.
fireworks, but like
Okay.
astonishing magic. Like definitely very good.
Okay. It's like it's like using internal magic, like imagining a ball, like and just compressing a ball inside of yourself, and you just keep pressing and pressing and pressing until there's just so much pressure that it releases, and in that burst of energy, everything around you is just pushed back.
With that burst, you come back, the thunder, everything that rips you fully away from the forest, and right back at the fountain of magical attunement. You sit there, you're kind of on the ground right now, a little scared still, but the forest is gone and you're already at your spot. Your ring has found it. You are at the arcane ring. You're standing in front of the professor with the bumblebee bat, and she's so focused on her little bumblebee that she's just like putting, like, you see her eyes kind of calculating things, just looking up at the stars. No, it's not now. And then finally she notices you. Astarius. I am Professor Breckwell.
I'm Cora.
You seem to have a knack for deciphering. But I think instead of languages and scripts, seeing a little tail of Ozzy's, you see like Professor Brackfell's like one eye kind of like turn in and around, like little, like it almost looks robotic for a second, but then like pinpoints where Ozzy is in your person, and says, "You seem to be able to decipher for the love and care of our magical creatures. That's wonderful. Welcome to Sesine, Cora."
Cora would smile big and stand up from where she was.
It will be difficult, but I find if you are patient, you will learn as much as you want. And if there's anywhere else on this board that you feel like you belong, all you have to do is walk towards it. Whether it's through study, through connections of your friends, and you see like other people in other areas and they're closer. Let's say like if you were closer to the people in near the shadow ring, and she's like, whether it's because you decide you don't want to do this and you fully walk completely across the board to the shadow ring or the alchemical ring, whatever it is that you wish. But for right now, the fountain has seen your ability to connect and decipher that. Use it if you wish, practice it if you wish, master it if you wish. It's up to you. Professor Blackwell has like a shaved head all the way down, and it's like dyed very blonde. And she has piercings all down her ears, like of different sizes, and they're all like celestial, different charms. And you see this very tight collar on her. And it looks like spider legs and like a scarab with like little hanging jewels and little beads. And when she turns around and she plays with like her familiar in her hand and weaves them like little yo-yo back and forth as they fly around, she whispers and says, well, seems like she'll surprise us all. I see many futures for her. Calculate a lot of different pathways. This will be fun to teach. Amelia, after Cora had disappeared, your field in front of you was a blanket of like white snow, like home. But when you stepped on the ground, your feet started sinking and a snowstorm started building. And there were two pathways that are formed. One of them was muddy, and there you see multiple different steps. And the other pathway is covered in snow, but at the end of it was a familiar cottage.
I think I'm gonna walk the snowy path towards the cottage to start looking at it.
Every step
Very
you take
hesitantly. Sorry, very hesitantly.
Hesitantly take to the cottage. When you take 5 steps and you look above, you're walking closer to the other pathway.
I'm just gonna keep pushing the snow one.
You turn your body, you keep going down that path, and then when you look up, you're not closer to the cottage. Instead, you're closer to wherever the muddied pathway keeps going. The delusion, the whatever is happening, no matter how many steps you take, you keep going to the muddy pathway. And at the end of it, there is just like candle lights, like a house completely in darkness. There's an open door, and there's like a trail of like other things on the ground that you can't like decipher from this distance, but used, occupied. Lots of things have gone through.
I guess I start walking through the mud, just kind of trying to avoid stepping in any giant specific mud spots to see where it takes me, and trying to look at the items a bit closer.
As you come closer, the items that you see are clothing, a couple of like pieces of scrap paper, but there's also dried blood, maybe like animal fur, and a voice kind of kind of appears behind you. And you recognize this figure, and something about their face doesn't seem like this is typical. You are... This is your first time casting magic, I see.
Who is that? Who's there?
It is the professor who was at the Shadow Ring. Professor, like, kind of looks at you, leans down. Quite magical ability. Adept at traversing alone, even if it's to the wrong decisions. Did you not want to do a disillusion charm? No, maybe not. Maybe you don't know. Professor 𝘌𝘀𐌐𐌊. Of temporal shadow magic.
I thought this was a test. What is? And she's just kind of like looking around, taking it all in.
You've done the test already. You didn't realize. And then it kind of empties out for a second, and you all both fall. Except you are falling with your kind of body kind of limp back, but he's standing very still with his hands behind his back and just staring, and it's all black around you. And you land upon this bridge. Everything around you is clad in black, like matte black shadow. And in front of you is this thin bridge, almost the size of 1 foot. Only 1 foot that you can put in front of the other. However, Professor Devereaux is standing at the end, completely still. You've already moved to the Shadow Ring. But your test is to cross it.
Okay. I think that Amelia would just step back and kind of look around at the bridge and take everything in one more time. And then she's going to really look at him and then close her eyes and squeeze them very tightly and imagine herself on the other side of the bridge and just kind of transporting through over there. Would that be like a brain check since I'm like envisioning and thinking it? Or
Since that would be kind of a temporal shadow magic thing, that would be like brawn or flight. But
okay.
I will definitely... I can see a brain check for this. Yeah, and the check is for an 8.
Oh, okay. Which one would you prefer I roll?
No, I want you to do brains.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I loved it. That was...
It was not a good. Paige, I would like to hand off the bad rolls back to you, please.
Again,
No, thank you. I don't want them. You can keep them.
the bridge starts to shake, and you see the shadow kind of eat away at the edges of this bridge. It's literally like white blocks in a black shadow world. Like when I say shadow, I'm not saying smoke and mirrors. No, it's black, like matte black. And the only light is these white blocks. And at the end, Professor Devereaux just steps back, and you see like one of the white blocks kind of like falls down, and you don't hear where it falls, you don't see where it falls, but you just see that white block kind of shrink in size as it falls.
Okay.
You failed. Try again.
Yeah. She's gonna open her eyes and see that she is not on the other side of the bridge. So she's gonna start to get a little bit frustrated at it. So she's just gonna take a step back and close her eyes, and with everything in her being, feel all of her power, and possibly use an adversity token to feel all of this power. And she's gonna just close her eyes
You
and
want
start
to
running
use
at
a
the bridge.
scorch mark?
Yes, actually.
Scorch Mark Club.
And she's just gonna, like, literally with her eyes squinted shut, like as tight as can be, take off at a dead sprint towards this bridge.
Put on the board. Let's see it. With the 9, would you like to add any adversity tokens to that?
No, I'll just leave the 9. It's okay.
Okay. With the 9, as you try to run, it doesn't matter because as soon as you close your eyes, you feel the veil of shadow hug you in its like tight embrace, and it almost like you feel your breath kind of choke in your throat. And as soon as you feel that like dryness go away, you open your eyes, and in front of you is the face of a screeching mandrill. It lets it out a belting roar at you. A mandrill, it has like a long snout and thick hair. The long snout is blue on each side, and it's a monkey kind of native to like West Central Africa. It has like red nose that comes up in it when it bares its teeth at you, and like you see its big fangs. I need a grit check, please, of 8. You just get an 8?
Iconically an 8.
If you know Avatar: The Last Airbender, okay? This is Aang talking to No, and the face is changing, and the face changes to the mandrill face that literally screams out in Amelia's face, and Amelia is just still. The mandrill backs off, and you see it walk on its forearms behind Professor Devereaux, and mutter something in a screech. Brilliant. You are one with the shadow. May its embrace welcome you home. And within a second, you feel yourself floating, and Professor Devereaux kind of pulls up, and you see that your circle has fully, like if you are facing the pillar, you are almost kissing it with your nose. And you see Professor Devereaux standing to the side. You don't have to stand too close. You are now part of 𝘏𝑀. Whether you wish to stay is up to you. But welcome. I am Vin. Professor Vin Devereaux. And this is, he doesn't like to say hello, but he also says that you are very gifted. Finally, Rania is immediately as Amelia's stepped forward in her vision, like whatever path that she took, as soon as she stepped forward, Rania saw herself in this trapped room filled with books, and as she's climbing out, Rania is pulling on the books to kind of like, you know, climb out of everything. And that's where she's finding herself kind of holding herself by the edge and to not fall in this like collapse of books. And she hasn't seen everybody leave yet. Like she hasn't seen she's the last one in her line, so she hasn't seen where everyone has like sit like right before her, you know, where Amelia went to. But as she does, a creature kind of comes up over the edge of like the bookshelves to kind of pull her up. The books are falling down one by one with they're trying to grip on each shelf as a time. And this creature says, like leans out a very leathery hand, and demonic ruins start filling up the arm. Let me roll for Rania real quick. Would anybody like to roll for Rania? I don't know if we know her. I don't know her thing really quickly. Can somebody do exclamation point Rania?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Got you. If
Okay.
you tell me what her thing is, I can roll for it.
Yeah, can you roll a D8, please? To hold on to these books.
Any modifiers?
Don't know that. Oh, dang it.
What's the check? It should be a +1 to flight and a +1 to charm, I believe.
It's
Yeah,
grit.
that one for sure.
It's grit. I don't have it in front, but I'll have it next week. Let's just do a flat 8.
Good roll.
With this, let's say
You know I got you.
she doesn't make the check of 8, where is it? But she's still able to withstand just enough. You see, like, dang, I need water. A couple of like fingers come off, but like right before her last like finger kind of loses the grip, the arm holds her and pulls her straight up. Dang, I need to get my water. But what pulls her up is a new teacher who had appeared on the board. She's wearing a turtleneck with an overcoat on the top. She has jewels from her forehead and braids down her arms, and she has like tattoos going all the way up. She my God. Next to her is this like winged panther that kind of floats up next to next to Rania, and this professor is about 6 feet tall. She has like large ears, and she has like a necklace that goes all the way down. And her overcoat has like intricate, beautiful bronze buttons, and a piercing right at the crook of her nose. And when Rania pulls up like from beneath these books, she's between Shadow and the arcane plane, like right in the middle of that box. And her ring matches exactly, almost line by line, to the ring of this professor. Atuwe, seater or familiar, please? This familiar, however, Rania can hear its voice. Sinistra, it seems this one is diving into something a little too deep. Maybe. And the professor looks over and says, she is alike to me then. Welcome to Sesine. I am Professor Harkness of Demonology. You seem to have... And she kind of eyes like Rania's neck for a second. You are one of many interests, I see. 𝘌𝘀𐏴𝑐𝑊𝘮, help her up, please. Guide her to her ring. I will step off mine so she may have her space. And 𝘌𝘀𝑏𝑐𝑊𝘮 kind of puts his large paws around to kind of stabilize Rania. And their circles were the same shape at the same spots, exactly. And because they were in the same spot, they were so close. And Professor Sinister steps off the little like board, the water kind of ripples off and her ring kind of disappears. And Rania is at her place before Professor Harkness just looks and says, "You will do well here, I can see. But no, you must be careful where you step, or what deals you make. You understand?" And 𝘌𝘀𝑏𝑐𝑊𝘮 kind of walks his big paws off the board and lowers down and just like curls around like Professor Harkness's lap. All 5 of you, you see all your fellow students in different areas. Some of them have already made friends. You see Miles like being really happy with all the other artificers and alchemists and being really cozy up to them. But you see another student, his name was yelled out to Leo, like standing with a couple of other students who are closer to the center. Maybe they don't know what they were like, or maybe they're right at the center. You see Quinn. Everyone is on this board like plots on a graph. There are ripples connecting and intersecting in different shapes, different amounts. Everyone has different interest, and maybe some of them are getting close to another interest because they see friends in them. Maybe they're getting close in this interest because that's something close to what they're like. Maybe they're eyeing somewhere something, where the grass is a little bit greener. A ring, maybe they thought they fit a little bit more, and you can see them stepping a little bit more. And the original ring that they've been plotted, like you see like a little like shift as like their mind is now like thinking, what if? But those thoughts, your own thoughts, stop, because the professor who greeted you wakes up. It is time for your feast, to meet the other year's students of Sesine, the upperclassmen, the other underclassmen, and for you to all to go to bed. I'm going to fast forward because it is 7, and I really do appreciate all of you, but I don't want to take up too much more of your time. The feast is incredible. The food, the plate, everything that you would want. What would each of your characters imagine would be like a good addition to the feast that your character would like?
Mexican food.
There's a whole plate of wonderful Mexican food, tacos. There's incredible, like, there's a one plate, little area where, like, you can put fajitas and everything together. There's tamales, like, kind of put together, like, in a little basket, like, still hot.
Sold. Send me there right now.
Cora would like a bunch of sweets.
Ooh.
Pastries, cakes, brownies, cookies. There's trays of them interspersed between the entrees and appetizers. There's delicate like white chocolate macadamia cookies and brownies and blondies, all on trays way higher than the top of Cora's head.
That sounds like a dream for her specifically. It's like, if that's a good dream, that's what she's dreaming about.
Love.
Amelia misses Tamsin, so she would kill for a big pot of soup that she makes.
As you go and sit down, and the other underclassmen like wave at you, year 2, year 3, there's a lot of different places to sit. Maybe you are all sitting together, or maybe you've separated for a little bit to come back together. You see Miles, you see Leo, Grant, a kid from Florida. You see him just like, this is Gator, and he points to this like tiny familiar that's been shrunken down to this like tiny little alligator. He's like, yeah, did you see that the assistant headmaster, like, and he just starts talking and talking, and he's already eating, but like you're not even able to hear the rest of it because this big bowl of warm stew and soup with like warm bread and butter is like sitting right in front of him. So he just keeps talking. He's like, and it does spins like, and just you just see him just making all these motions, but it doesn't matter. The soup is warm, delicious, and it's so good after a cold day. And Quinn,
Quinn would be looking for something more like pasta. Like she would love like Italian food.
amongst all this food, there are large portions of the different pasta shapes, ziti. There's a little thing of like lasagna. You see like all these different types, like squares have already been cut out. There's a little thing of like Parmesan cheese next to it. Fettuccine Alfredo. All these different little portions and big portions, and you see a couple of kids kind of reaching over to like grab another thing of like a square of lasagna on top of all the other food that they had. And a couple of the older kids kind of move away from the table. All the different tables in the feasting room are circles, and you can see like they're kind of all splayed out, like and some of them kind of connect to like Nocturna, Kamara, the different rings, and some people really stick to them, but you see a lot of the kids kind of moving around, interspersed between the desserts and the different types of food. That nobody really wants to stay at one table and miss out on something else. So even the ones who are stuck in their own little clique of the Shadow Ring or whatever, the Nocturnal group or whatever they are, you can see them still creeping over to like the dessert table, and they move and part the crowd just so you can reach yours, pasta. Everyone, you all eat your food, drink. The teachers get up and Professor Rose Murta, who is of cryptozoology, stands up with like gloves on, and with her familiar, who is a peregrine hawk, just says, all familiars will be resting in the familial wing, so that you may enjoy some time with your classmates. And with a thing of her wand, all the familiars, like there's like these little cages that open up, and what I mean by cages, meaning like doors and portals, not really cages. They just flit through them, and you can see them like flying to a wing of the castle where there is like an avian center, maybe like a little swamp for the gator that they have, that Grant is, and Grant's like, no gator, no. And a little area for cats and dogs, and places where they can be resting, and not having to be around so much children if they don't want to be. Ozzy, of course, stays with Cora.
I was about to say, because if Ozzy is leaving, Cora will be very visibly distressed.
Yeah, Ozzy like peeked out one head and was just like, no, it's okay. We're fine. Nyx doesn't want to leave your side, Amelia, but sees like the other animals that are there, and just like, is it all right if I go? I want to see what they're like.
Yeah, I think it's okay if you go. I try to like encourage Nyx to go. Like, it'll be okay. Nothing bad should happen. We'll be okay.
Okay.
Should. Heavy on the should.
you see like her tail is like curled around her leg. She's very apprehensive, even if she wants to, like, maybe is interested, maybe curious, maybe, but like the anxiety is just like, okay, okay, and you see her bound off. Obsidian has like fluttered like in her hair and Rania's hair and doesn't want to leave, but Rania's like, come on, no, I have to get the knots out, you know it. Today is not the day, Obsidian, come. And like you see like this bird kind of pull at like the little nest that she's made, and he's made in Rania's hair, and just like squawking, and Rania pulls and finally frees him off out of her hair, and just like he flies off. Regulus kind of turns his head like 360 to you, like owls you.
Love creepy owls.
Same. Rest well. I'll be back with you
too.
soon.
Be safe. I know you don't like
I
when other
don't.
birds screech a lot, but you
I
know
don't
where you
like
find me.
other things at all. Just hide me under your robe next time, but it'll be good for you to mingle with your own, especially when it comes to your time off. Good night. And he like nuzzles under your hand, and he quickly just like, this is so itchy, and kind of like reaches out his leg at you for a second.
I'm gonna like boop him right on his little snoot and go, nope, good night.
Good night. And he nuzzles you back and like flies away with Obsidian. Now like getting a little bit closer to like the avian familiars in this little group. All of you see Professor, the headmistress, come up to the podium, just say her quick welcome, and she immediately just says like, welcome, everyone. I'm sure you are all fed, happy, good, excited for what's to come. Remember, there is a lot to see here. We have the village, the lake, the shore, the mystic wood. Don't go there alone. Oh, if there's crystals growing in one, hallway, don't try to stop it. If you hit it, it will grow faster. I'm talking to you. And she like points to immediately points to this like older student. Yes. You understand, Luca? You cannot touch the crystals again. But if you think they're invading a classroom, find a teacher. It'll be fine. We have caretakers, of course, and you see like in the back there's like school staff that's not teachers. And then a couple of them are just like clearing away plates, putting things away, waving. And she just quickly says, nothing here is to harm you. It's all for education. Take comfort in your fellow students and your teachers. Your journey here is one of constant growth. Embrace the magic within. For it is where we are our truest selves, where we find our truest light. As I once said, and you like, as she starts going off, Professor Zarek Arabelle, Quinn, you immediately notice his like mane of hair just go, and she just, oh, bedtime, of course, off, get to bed. All of you kind of walk to your respective, there's different types of towers that all you can go to, and your assigned beds, everything. All your items are there. There are poster, curtains all around your bed that magically close in and out, and you all change out of your clothes into bedtime clothes and clean up where you need to in your own little room. There's even like a little table and things that can be like conjured up once the curtains close, and you get like a little bedtime like lights and like glowing lights at the top of your bed, and when it opens, that you're sharing like this dormitory with all the other students, and you all rest off to sleep. finally, after long awaiting, and for some of you, for the first time ever, a feeling of magic flowing through you, and now a place where maybe you can understand it a little bit more. And you rest off into brilliant, beautiful sleep. And that's where we'll end it for today.
Maz,
Masa,
Yeah.
masa,
Maza,
masa,
maza.
masa, masa.
Jiminy Christmas, that was fantastic.
It was so amazing.
I love it.
Oh, the music comes in.
and the outro. I'm
I
gonna cry.
know.
That's so beautiful.
Yes! Yes!
Oh, wait,
Oh,
what is that I hear?
Oh no.
oh no.
Not the cliffhanger.
Why do I hear this?
Don't do that to us, Maz.
Did you fucking do that?
Purple eyes start glowing in the middle of the night. A head wakes up, thrust up forward, and purple hair comes undone.
Oh.
You're in darkness, waves crashing. It's pulling you. Doors are pulling you. Closer and closer. This is not a plane you've heard of. This is not a plane people walk. When you die, you die. You, of the living, you don't walk here. You step forward and the waves are pulling you, and you see the first gate. The chime of it, a little bell, is familiar. But there are 9 other chimes behind it. The first bell is a little ring, a little ding. But the second one is sonorous and loud and booming, like a big bell with a wide berth. And each different bell must hang above another gate, separated by these black waves that are pulling you down with no light. Your eyes glow, O dead Asteria, as all these doors creak open. But they're not supposed to open this way. They open forward for the dead to walk through. That's what you could see. Boats and boats, rowboats of the dead, passing, unsure on what to do. Your eyes glow a little brighter, and you know that this is the plane of the dead. You can feel it, the pull on your body. The 9th gate is creaking open, and something is coming.
Are you sure, child? You are stepping too close into the dark. Are you sure, child? Are you prepared, mortal child? For the harvest.
You awake in sweat. Your eyes completely dimmed. But what you noticed amongst all the different sleeping figures in the dark are 4 other heads and eyes awake with you as well. Fear on their faces. And that's where we'll end for tonight.
That's end for tonight. How rude.
Dun, dun, dun.
Bam, bam, bam.
Stop there.